Be better. All right, cool. So based on futures by Tanky Tank, are you still feeling the bounce? The dead cat bounce play is in. Futures actually stabilized overnight. Most equity futures stabilized at like their lower resistance. So obviously not the same across the board, but ES minis are fairly stable at like 402. The upper end of 402, like 403 or 4030. So there is some stability. Let me see. Yeah, sure, whatever. Both GME and BBBY have a little bit of ding ding, negative arbitrage or positive arbitrage, and some decent liquidity built in the pre-market. So I think they're gonna, especially on Bobby, try to like stuff this open, and try to kill any like FOMO that would come in from the pre-market run. They both actually all three have FTDs due right now from the July OPEX period, so we may get a little more volatility this week, a little less boring, but still not a lot, right? Like not a lot's gonna probably happen this week on at least the basket stocks from like a market plumbing perspective. Dixie hit a new high overnight. I saw that, yeah. Yeah, I saw WeBull allows options paper trading now. I don't know how good it is, but I know I know it has it now. Good morning, buckled up, John. John D, thank you so much for becoming a Zillionaire, man. I appreciate it. Nerve options are non-standard. Yeah, I know. That stock's just weird. I don't know what the hell's going on with it. I kind of want to buy some shares just to see what's going to happen. You know what? I will. Oh, maybe not. Hold on. You think we see 33, 34 this week? Yeah, I think it's absolutely possible we see a bounce off gamma neutral. And I don't think we're gonna cross 35. There's really no strength on the call side for a move up. So until that builds, which could take the rest of this and into next week, I think we'll be okay in the range we're in. 30 50 to 33. What's your price target to start repositioning puts on the SPY? I want to see it. I want to see it climb back up to like 407 or 411, ideally, like a full short side reposition. Remember, we don't really have any negative news coming. Macro, like from a macroeconomic standpoint, like we just have jobs data this week, which is bullish, right? Like it's what the Fed always talks about being good. It's like the only facet of our economy that shows any promise. And then, you know, CPI data next week, but that's probably not going to be bad. And core inflation doesn't move up really, really fast, right? It takes a long, it's kind of builds up momentum really, really slowly without oil and gas spiking, right? And since energy prices are down over this last month, I expect CPI will continue to be pretty good. Until we see another big spike in oil, CPI prints are going to be mostly perceived as positive, even though core inflation is still growing in the background. I was thinking of SPY call at the money for a bounce this week. Thoughts? I bought calls on Friday for that exact scenario. Yeah, I know. CPI is next week, not this week. But what I'm saying is we're not going to really have any bad data or bad news probably until, not significantly bad news, until the Fed speaks uh on the week after, like the OPEX week. All right, so this bounce is pretty good for GME. I don't know how much it's going to affect Bobby. Bobby's kind of running headfirst into a put wall that goes all the way up to $15. But GME doesn't really have any super negative gamma above it. And with all the internalization that they've been holding back, if they dump right now, we may get some volatility with upside moves in the market. Do you believe in the MOASS? Oh, sweet summer child. I do not. I've seen the darkness. It's cold. How long can they hold that internalization? Who the fuck knows? Until they don't want to anymore? It's not like GME is very expensive, right? I sold CCs last week. For this week, I didn't really have any intention on selling more this week. Although I suppose I could. Probably wait till before earnings before selling anymore. I know you're not a fan of Starbucks coffee, but with fall pumpkin season, do they not see increases in sales during that time? They do. They do, in fact. I think their quarter 3 and quarter 4 are their strongest quarters. Like they have a little bit of seasonality. Except I also think Starbucks is kind of a shit company. So they have some serious debt problems. And the rising interest rates are not good for them. So careful trying to go long Starbucks. Fubo looking spicy this morning. Yeah, it is, actually. Quite spicy. Spicy enough that I kind of want to pull back my cover calls. But we'll see. We'll see how that goes. Okay, someone just tell me if Nerve rips. All right. I bought shares of it. It'd also be cool if they open an options chain. All right, so maybe here at this first test, I'll pick up a couple puts. I want some time on these, right? Like October 21st, 395. Maybe I'll wait. I'll wait. Yeah. Let's not be greedy. Let's not rush into things. Let's just wait. Just gonna wait. Grow your hair out more and be Jon Snow for your Halloween stream. You know, I'm not a huge fan of Halloween. Don't worry, started my day with accidentally buying Spy 405Ps instead of 405Cs. So that's working out swell. Congratulations, Popcorn Trader. Once again, you've defied all logic and lost to the market. Starbucks brought back the old CEO. Oh, that's might be good. I have some CCs I can sell. Would you say that IV tends to grind down into earnings? No. IV tends to go up into earnings. Maybe sell CCs before earnings to buy back and then sell post earnings. Yeah, generally IV rises into earnings. So you want to sell covered calls before earnings if that's what you're looking to do. And then you'd buy them back after during the inevitable IV crush. An ATP says issuer failed to meet NASDAQ continued listing requirements for options. Interesting. Well, for some reason, Nerve is squeezing, and I don't know why, but I'm all about it. It has no short interest, and it has no options. But it's also got a gap at $43. My paper trades on my WeBull alert theory is doing great for the last 2 weeks. If WeBull sends me an alert that something is up, I buy puts. If it tells me it's down, I buy calls. Good theory. I don't know. Let me know how the back testing goes, I guess. What if GME's price increases more towards 400? Well, it's very far away from that right now. Maybe we could revisit that discussion at like 350, you know. I have no idea why they didn't meet NASDAQ options requirements. Prime? In my defense, I haven't had my morning coffee. I was like, huh, that seems expensive. Oh well. Well, I hope the market doesn't rally against you there. I'm very close to getting stopped out of my 4115 SPX calls. Or 4150, sorry. 415, 4150. Not a fan of Halloween. I thought you liked Crazy Girls. Isn't that Crazy Girl Christmas? I I think we're saying the same things here, but I'm confused. Did you sell Phase? Yeah. Cohen announced an 8.3% stake, and they had an announcement for an FDA submission. Yeah, neither of those things trigger short squeezes, though. Right? Especially when there's no reported short interest. Riven ripping, what gives? The market's coming up. Bounce. What do you think about Apron? I don't like it very much. Sell GMECCs, or as you have taught, wait until Wednesday. Don't forget that ETF FTDs begin on Thursday for GME. So I'd be very careful, even though the early couple days of ETF FTDs tend to be lackluster. I would be very careful selling covered calls into the end of this week if they're not already open. Also, on re-entering puts on Rivian, you could. I mean, there's still that big downside gap. I got stopped out of them on the bounce on the trend line on what was it, Friday? But yeah, you could re-enter. I mean, I would wait to confirm like that the market's not going to continue up. Rivian seems to have some very passionate investors at $30. I don't know why, but there's some people that are real into that company apparently. Which surprised me. I don't know why I'm talking about it, but I was a little taken aback by how much buy interest there was at that resistance. How can nerves squeeze with no short interest? No idea. But it's gone from like 50 cents to $10 in a very short period, and it has a free float of 4 million shares. Last week it traded 160 million. What's Nerve? It's a bio stock. My Nerve position is up an entire dollar. So long, SPY losses. I'm rich. Oh man. Rivian Colt is leftover from Tesla. It's strong. If Amazon crosses 132, what are you waiting for to re-enter puts? A downturn in the market. I haven't entered anything yet. The only thing I've bought this morning was 100 shares of Nerve. That's it. I'm just trying to be patient because volatility. If shorts capitulate here, and there's a design, like, even though there's a lot of short interest at 400 that they'd like to see in the money, if we start to see some capitulation on the indices and repositioning, the SPY is gonna rally back up, right? Like the market's gonna rally back up a little bit. I've seen it before when trading penny stocks. Interesting. Maybe someone's pumping Nerve Bill Huang style. You mean Steve Cohen style? You know, I was really tired last night, and for like 10 seconds, I thought it was just Ryan Cohen. Because all the news articles were like, Cohen buys $8 billion stake in Nerve. And I was like, son of a bitch is at it again. And then no, it was in fact Steve Cohen. It's a different Cohen. But you know, Steve Cohen's never rug pulled me. So those Cohen brothers. No, they're not brothers. I don't think they're related at all. Nerve studies on the central nervous system. Bro, my tinfoil needs to come out of storage because of CNS. Yeah, I know. I thought that might get you excited. What makes you invest in any stock? Ooh, hold on. Interesting. Okay, what was the question? What makes you invest in any stock? I like to see widespread market manipulation. What you would maybe term as crime. Uh it's one of my favorite signals. Does options net you only 12 shares with the cost to exercise is still strike times 100 total ripoff unless you're selling them. I've been telling everyone that RC is the cousin of SC. Why? What about millions of GME T plus 35 FTDs? Are you talking about from the post split date? You know those were resolved like the day after, right? That's a the FTDs are a rolling total. And it was only 1.6 million, which even if they bought all of at the market right now, it wouldn't raise the price very much. It's not like a significant number of failures. It's okay, but it's not unreal. And remember, it's post-split failures, not pre-split failures, which is gross. So it's the equivalent of like 400,000 pre-split FTDs, which, you probably wouldn't even pay attention to. It's just the extra digit that's making you excited. If you didn't have spy calls to hedge your longer puts, would you want to buy some spy calls? Would you want to buy the calls? Would you wait to buy the calls or buy now? It's kind of stable. I might I might pick up a couple more at 40.30 because the calls I have are 40.70. So yeah, I should probably do that. Uh, uh, SPX is not trading at the same price. 40.40 on SPX, I guess. There we go. What's your CAGR on my portfolio? I have no idea. I can't say I've ever checked. CAGR, by the way, is compounded annual growth rate. I don't really invest in anything very long term. Like GME's probably one of the longest stocks I've held, or pretty close to it. AMD, GME, Tesla. I'd have to factor in all the covered call selling. That'd be difficult. SPY's looking a little bullish, yeah. By PT, there's really strong resistance at 405.30, 407, um, 407.65, and 411.45 are the next really important ones. Shirt off at $20 BBBY. Yeah, so here's the deal with Bobby for the foreseeable future until news changes something. When Bobby hits $11, market makers begin to sell it. If Bobby falls below 893 and the market maker gamma exposure flips and they're net positive gamma, then they will start to buy into buy pressure, which is bullish. But right now they're selling into buy pressure. So they're selling into the rising price, which makes it nearly impossible to cross $11, $12. How do you estimate if FTDs are cleared on time or marked long? I simply don't track market maker FTDs with the intention of seeing price improvement anymore, right? Like I track them still, but I don't expect them to improve price. I just expect them to create volatility. I think most of the time the market maker is not incentivized to mark long any significant number of FTDs unless they're already compounding failures, right? I mean, when they do start marking long FTDs, it's very, very bullish, but so far, we haven't seen evidence of that since June 2021 was the last time we really saw a lot of like short side market maker fails on GME being extended out the full 35 days. So I just track ETF FTDs because they're like 100% net short, right? So they require buy volume to resolve, which creates upside pressure. Nerve submitted to the FDA for their new drug on the 22nd. So this move may be people trying to get in before any approval news comes out. Possibly, but there's only like 4 million shares, right? And it's traded, I mean, the amount of fails that are going to come in on it seems significant already. Especially with no options and very limited ETF exposure. Have you entered a short-term position on Amazon yet? No. No, I haven't. I'm waiting. Rev chart is starting to look like the pattern from Friday afternoon. A little bit. If anything, I would say Rev actually looks kind of bullish right now. It might or might not be news on Thursday from BP that spikes oil. Interesting. Thank you for the heads up, Lawrence. What do you think about buying some additional shares to the long term on GME right now? It's not a terrible price. It's not a price I would buy it at, but it could be worse, I guess. I would at least wait till we get back to like 30, 50. I think shorts are capitulating on the SPY. Source, I sold my 405 puts. Excellent. How high did you say you thought the market might bounce today off of 405? Was it 412? Yeah, it's like 411 and change. Would be like the upside of the PT for a bounce. It could very well like start to destabilize around 407 though. So I'd be very careful following the trend after it crosses 407. Fubo's setting up for those day traders to jump on and get us some IV. Cool. I've been on vacation 5 months to DRS, 6 days, and 2 extra steps to reclaim my property. Jesus Christ, Matthew Hodge. I'm sorry. I've heard tell of your trials and tribulations with computer share. I went on vacation for 2.5 weeks. Found the perfect spot for the Pigeonwell Jenko Yacht Club. More info and investment proposals to follow. I need a Dan to sacrifice. I've got that itch. Just grab one. They're pretty open to it as long as you let them know it's coming. It's trading the SPY the backbone to your trading? No. I actually don't like trading the SPY in bull markets very much. About 25 shares of Nerve. I'm ready to retire. Wait till they're worth 50 cents next week. The best part about the market dropping so much is that we might be able to see Visa in the 180s, Cat in the 170s, and Google at 100 again. Could be some very good opportunities coming up. I agree. Yeah. Unless we get a crash. I don't know. I don't know if the bounce back on a lot of those is going to be as strong the next time around. I hope it is, but eventually they're going to have to start pulling back expectations a little bit as margins narrow, right? Like I don't think the current like PEs are sustainable. So in Rev Moons, you buying that $60 million mansion from Perelman? Think about it, yeah. You think we'll see more price ceilings on Rev like Friday? Possibly, yeah. They paint these walls to hide my pen. Thick boy. With the stonk house poet strikes again. Have a good week, everyone. Thank you, Sir David P. Beautifully put. Pickle jar laureate. Sure. Does the upside get invalidated under 400-ish? Sure. To clarify, you think the SPY will hit 405 today or this week? It could be the rest of this week. I'm getting myself some theta. Like, I'm not saying it can't hit 405 today. Obviously, like the last high rallied up to 404. But, shorts may just be repositioning here and getting ready for like a downturn. Like we're holding an uptrend, but it's about to break. Kind of want to make sure we get some 402 puts. Nope, it's bouncing. Okay, so I don't need to buy those. Any XRT FTDs due this week? ETF FTDs begin September 1st. Would you take 35% profit on far out SPY puts or let it ride? A hypothetical question, of course. How far out? I'm not in a bad mood today. You throw some trend lines up on the SPY when they get established. I mean, there's not much, but I guess there's like some support in this range. This is actually a very stable uptrend, which means it's less likely to break down. Hmm. Interesting. Oh, because those are PCO. Yeah, Rev's starting to really build some solid support at 6. What's after 32 for GME? 33 usually. Oh shit. Yeah, I see that. Nerve is going crazy. Retirement, here I come. 1 million Jimmy shares borrowed this morning, so expect to see them shorting it. Yeah, I mean, I think they're just trying to get rid of like as much internalization as they can over the course of this week. So I actually kind of expect us to trade pretty flat between 30.50 and like 33.50. Nerve just paid for this month's Dillionaire membership. I wonder what it's gonna do. I'm kind of excited. If we look at the daily, like it's got some room, you know? I should look at the weekly. It's got this nice fat gap up here at like $43. I'd be happy with like 17. 17 would be cool. How likely you think Nerve would reach those gaps you mentioned? I have no idea. There's no reasonable explanation for why it's running so hard right now. No, Rev's just not doing a lot today. Actually, it is. Rev's up at like 670 right now, but this is kind of taking off right now, so I've only got four little boxes here, you know? If I go down to 6, nobody's gonna be able to see what's happening. I'm not going to 6 charts. I'm not doing it. Put it away. Second stream. Yeah, I wouldn't touch Nerve's option chain at all. Those options are worth like 12 shares. It's ridiculous. It's already traded twice its float today, but it has no options. I submit that Bobby is not worthy of a box. No, it is. I mean, I don't think it's gonna do anything today, but it gets a box. Nerve news is it failed to meet NASDAQ continued listing requirements. How is that playing into the run? Well, it no longer fails to meet those requirements. I think it doesn't meet the requirements for options, but it should soon. About the top of nerves, I'm feeling pretty good about myself. How do we know which way the SPY will break? Well, right now it's on a bullish trend. Is it MM or ETF FTDs on GME 91? ETF FTDs. You still holding 35 CCs on GME? Yep. Bobby broke up. What's up with the options? They're non-existent. Pull for the charts. Top four get the spots. I can only put 4 options in the poll. Yeah, Sava's starting to look interesting, but I'll wait like 12 more days. Nerve options are non-standard. How much money are you looking to have in savings before retiring? All of it. All of the money. I feel Jimmy dropping. It was pretty low Friday. I would imagine it's up slightly so far this morning. You plan on picking up some out of the money GME calls before the ETF FTD period begins? Probably, yeah. Near the money, not out of the money. But to capture the ETF FTDs, or are you just talking about like picking up calls for September OPEX? What does non-standard mean in reference to nerve options? I think they're from before like a reverse split or something. I dropped my SPY puts from last week this morning. If she's flat chappy, I'm thinking waiting until end of week before getting back in. Or if Tesla hits 290, I think it's time for me to spread my wings again. Oh boy. What do you mean by spread your wings, Carl? Are you full porting into Tesla puts dated for Friday again? Ooh. Interesting. Thank you, Dork. Can't buy nerve in my brokerage. 1135 strong resistance on Bobby. This whole range is a strong resistance on Bobby. Is nerve chasing at this point? I mean, I don't really have like an upside price target on it, so at least it's consolidating right now. Like this looks like a bar, so it looks like we're getting our reversal here, right? So not a terrible entry, but I'd keep my risk pretty tight. Shit, Rev's about to break 7. Is this week's Pickles Picks standard or slightly unusual? A little lighter than I had initially intended. But with the uncertainty in the market, there were a couple things that I pulled back on. Rev reaching critical MOASS. Someone give me a Dan. Are Gen 23 Fubo 10C gonna print? They could, yeah. I don't have any Jan 23 10s. Oh, I have a few actually. Those are mostly like an IV play though. If it runs again, like I wouldn't hold them till January. Interesting. The MM's not pricing up the 35s. Because they know. I want to do CCs on Fidelity, but they keep asking me for so much info. Do I need to give them my blood, or is it cool to be vague? I mean, you can kind of tell Fidelity whatever you want on your options form. You're the one filling it out. $1 is probably the sweet spot for MMs. Don't not never lie on those forms. So Rev isn't really affected by the SPY. Not really, no. Very, very little like index exposure. SPY 9.2. Bought it open. 92405. Bought it open up 30%. Nice, dude. What do you think MMs aren't pricing in the rev movement? It's a good question. Are ETF FTDs for Jimmy expected to be high, decent? I'm not sure. We don't have the latest ETF we don't have the latest FTD report till the 30th. So we'll have a better idea tomorrow. I don't mean to succumb to SS drama, but someone tried to call you JFresh wrong and then quoted T plus 69 DD. Oh, the level of blissful ignorance there has become painful. Yeah, I've seen that. I'm aware. I made 500 every Monday in an hour or two. It's the only day I have off when the market is open. Pretty stable returns. Every Monday? Imagine rewriting like RDD and then fucking saying that we're wrong. It's good shit though, right? Nerve looking bullish on the 30-minute. I mean, it's kind of just looking pretty bullish, right? On all the minutes. Tesla dead? Yeah. Yeah, it is, Victor. Did you get in on Tesla puts yet, or are you waiting? I'm waiting. Holy shit. Dude, what the fuck is going on with Nerve? Oh, I have too many positions. Jesus Christ. Did you buy any more Revlon? I've just grabbed like 50 calls. Pickles picks rock. Thanks, Mike Sell CCs. What's worse, mining or biotech? Mining. Does Pickles Picks include Dick's info? Not usually. Is there something, like, if there's something you want me to look up the dark pool index on, just DM me. I said 2 plus 2 equals 4. Obviously is wrong. And I'll use this paper he wrote to prove it. I was super underwater on rev calls that I bought at $9. Doubles down this morning and I'm already green. Woo. Congratulations, Snickers. What caused this rush on the Rev 35s? Something seen to expect a pop? Yeah. Well, it was doing a climb. Oh, stop doing the climb. This is less enticing. Although the price of my options isn't going down. Ooh. Oop. Looking at 5C. I have Jan 2023 5Cs. For 24, I have 10Cs for like my long-term position. Soon I will be able to walk out of my job and join you in the mini pigeon whales as a professional trader. That's fucking awesome, Johnny. I'm back. I think you nailed the SPY flattening and tick up. Did you do this just so I could buy more SPY puts? Wink, wink. I hope I get more SPY puts. Yeah. Jimmy looking bullish for the day? Not really. Now I'm starting to feel like I should have bought 1,000 shares of this instead of 100, but I don't want to buy them at $12. Since EPAM dropped quite a bit overnight, how does that change the play? It doesn't. Yeah, that makes sense, Dork. And volume's like a serious problem for them now. Oh shit, what happened to the SPY? Looking at these shitty penny stocks running, I'm not paying attention to my call position. Motherfucker. I just nosedived. It was pretty fucking volatile, right? I have a few calls on the SPY, yeah. They're just a hedge for my puts, but I do have a few. Is one standard deviation away from VWAP an indicator that you toggle on? Yeah. Or do you calculate it yourself? Yeah, I'm definitely not calculating it myself. Nerve got no breaks. I'm chasing Nerve. I just can't stop buying. I feel like somebody just bought a shitload of Revlon. Now they're trying to like walk it back down. Is Rev looking like it's gonna run this week? I don't know. Each candle on Nerve is like 5 to 10% of its float. How is that possible? No one knows, but it's pretty awesome, right? Am I spy puts on breaking the daily uptrend? Don't have enough money to front run. Just trying to learn. Yeah. If it continues to break down, which it looks like it's going to. Has Nerve hit its peak yet? I don't want to accidentally not buy the top. I don't know. Is Nerve up from retail? I don't think retail is aware of it. So last night I was feeling frisky and I DM my buddy and we were like fucking with our scanner and Nerve came up and it showed that like the price action inferred that there was like a massive short position on it, but there's no reporting of that short position, which is really strange, right? And there's no options chain either, so it's not, you know, sold over short through options. So I really don't know what's going on with it. It's kind of like a weird anomaly. But all of this price action is going to generate an obscene number of FTDs, right? Yeah, I know they're waiting on FDA approval. But I don't think that explains what's going on with the price. Or the volume. Geo Fizzy drink. Welcome to Dillionaire, man. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream. Nerve only ripping because of this channel. Nerve went from 50 cents to $10 last week. When do you expect ETFs to need their shares back for the rebalance after the stock split? Is that still in the cards? Yeah, if they wrote forwards out, they would have written them most likely to September when the ETF rebalance occurs. Why do biostocks even wait for FDA approval? Don't they know that will cause their stock to go down 90%? Nerve equals evidence that a hedge fund failed a margin call? And maybe, but there's no reported short interest. Nerve is not ripping due to this channel. No one in here is buying 500k every minute. Yeah, seriously. Is your buddy's name Market Chameleon? It popped up on that scanner. No. Why did it pop up on Market Chameleon? They have a scanner? Oh, they do. I mean, it's just a custom scanner, though. So it's just whatever you set on it, right? Market Chameleon's the worst money I've ever spent. Would you just look for, like, volume? I thought you meant, like, Market Chameleon was recommending it, not it popped up on your scanner. It's gonna start popping up on a lot of scanners. It's trading, like, multiples of its float every like, 15 minutes. If Rev squeezes, how high do you think it could go? Are you ignoring this question on purpose? Just to know so I won't ask again. I have no idea. My conservative price target, I'm hoping for like 15. It could potentially go much higher, and they probably want to release liquidity until it did go much higher. Not only would holding over 30 for more than 10 business days massively reduce some of their debt, but if it went up to like 50 or 60 or 90, they could release a significant amount of liquidity and resolve all of their debt. Sorry, that's me. I just keep buying and selling the same 100,000 Nerve shares. Nice. What part are you buying more spy puts? Not right now. I mean, I have a few, but I'm not buying more right now. Jesus Christ. If Rev hits 90, I'm buying a yacht. You're not alone. This is a decent bounce off 402. Yeah, a little bit. Still looks kind of weak and bearish, but small bounce. No problem, man. Thanks for doing this every day. Any idea how to DRS my 15 nerve shares? No. Do you think Nerve's 1/8 split on June 21st has anything to do with this run? It's possible. How long do you plan on holding your Nerve shares? I don't know, till it stops going up, I guess? Here's the question we all want to know today. What are your thoughts on yerba mate? Ice cold, cold over course? Is that the stick tea with caffeine in it? Isn't it like really bad for you? Is Nerve some sort of simulator you created for us? Like the Kobayashi Maru from Star Trek? But for us degenerates? No. What's the .72 news? Oh, Cohen bought like a 8.3% stake in Nerve. Steve Cohen bought an 8.3% stake in Nerve last week, or 8.2%, something like that. Head and shoulders on Bobby. Yeah, it looks like it. Descending head and shoulders. Which is a little more bullish, but maybe via CSPs. How's the put pricing? Like, how's the skew, JMac? I don't know if I'd position at the money this early, pop them off, but I'd probably get some out of the money calls for September OPEX if it falls below 30. Thoughts on uranium? I own a bunch. Someone stop JFresh from buying Nerve. Is that what he's doing right now? Labor productivity is tanking. Yeah, I agree with Atomic. It's just because everyone's watching the stream. We start following Steve Cohen's trades. Following Ryan has lost me everything. You have a chance to look at one more stock, PDD. Oh, interesting. That's running pretty hard too. What the fuck do they do? E-commerce, mobile e-commerce platform, value for money merchandise, interactive shopping options. It's built to resemble a virtual bazaar. Is this another one of the weird Chinese IPOs? How long until nerve DRS movement spins up? I don't think it will. I got my second PDT violation, 90-day PDT violation. Close only while I was gone. I was hesitant to call my broker, much like not picking up the phone when Navient calls. Bit the bullet. They were super nice. Cool. Is the uranium in your new basement? No, I own uranium stock, not physical. Well, I don't have uranium personally. Don't tell the poors you were the counterparty on Uranium One. Would you say it's best to enter Amazon and Tesla puts on a SPY breakdown of 400 or later in the week during a reposition on a SPY high? I don't know. The SPY having a little bit of bullishness this morning makes me think it's going to stabilize roughly in this range. I still don't think that the economic data over the next 2 weeks is going to be very bad. So I think there's plenty of time to position for the downside on most of this shit. Yeah. I think there's plenty of time to position for the downside. I don't think any of those positions need to be rushed into right now. If the SPY starts to break down rapidly below 400, then I would consider maybe moving a little quicker. Obviously, you can adjust those like risk and midpoints as you see fit. You should, because things change in the market. In order to look at all the expiration dates for options interest on WeBull, is there some sort of upgrade you have to buy? I'm trying to find out the Greeks and OI on plug 916, expiration 32 and 3250 calls. You just make sure that you have all strikes turned on. Like there's a drop down menu right here, and you make sure it's set to all. Then make sure you have regular weeklies and quarterlies, standard and non-standard, all checked off. And that should give you the full chain. Ooh, interesting. Okay, Revlon's pulling back, and then spot. What's Fubo doing today? Nothing crazy. Jimmy IV spiked a little bit today. Might pick up some Amazon puts here. October 25. 1 second. Sorry, guys. I'm just picking up some positions. That's 22. All right. Nerve more room to run. I mean, it's stabilizing here at the top. Maybe? It hasn't fallen back through the EMA 30. That's probably where I'd set my risk. Rev IV 30 up 60% from the peak earlier. 6% from the peak earlier. Yeah, I'm not seeing that reflected in the options pricing, though. After a month and a half, I'm finally up on my Apple puts. You weren't kidding about Apple being a worthless grind. Yeah. I mean, it's more that you really have to just time it very, very well. Ooh. Hmm. No more bounce on SPY. You stopped out of your calls? Yeah. I got stopped out of my calls pretty fast. What's the point of Apple puts? Massaging your ego harder if they print? Sometimes, Apple can drop harder than the like SPY. Rarely, but sometimes. Apple's, I will say, like if you were long short Apple, that's probably not a terrible idea at these levels. They're gonna have to pull back their earnings expectations at some point. Is it worth rolling out $4 CSPs on Fubo, or should I just let it get assigned and start selling CCs, or is it pretty much the same? I actually think calls are skewed a little more favorably on Fubo right now. So cover calls net better premium than cash secure puts do, but minimally. That's a bullish reversal of sorts. So, think we've seen the peak for Jimmy for today? Possibly. I don't know. We could run up later again this afternoon, I guess. This is starting to test my resolve. Volume's picking up a little bit, I guess. This was a lower high, right? Okay. All right, so we're getting a bounce. A big fan of that. Bloodbath and Beyond holding 11. Looks like it. Rev about to run for 7 again. It's bouncing, so that's positive. I don't know if it's going to run for 7 again, but the volume's much, much lower. Whoa. The fuck? The hell is this doing? It looks like it's locking to 45-degree angles. Yeah, I don't know why, though. I'm not holding down shift. Piece of shit. The magnet? No, it's not the magnet. There we go. Nerve kept bouncing. Are you waiting for longer dated spy puts? I have a bunch already. But yeah, I mean, like, before I take another really big position like last time, I'm definitely waiting a bit. Jesus Christ, this thing just won't stop. It's like a fucking freight train. It's like bull flag, bull flag, bull flag, bull flag. Why doesn't like GME ever do this? Please, a fancy trend line on GME. This kind of bump and run with like a weak reversal tends to be bearish. Just so you guys know. Why is Nerve running? I don't know anymore. No, Nerve's not moving due to FTDs. Or at least not any FTDs that we're aware of. It currently has like almost no FTDs on it. It's making them. Is Fubo going up or down? It's down from its peak this morning. Nerve isn't no ETFs either. I know. Long-term bull thesis for Fubo. I wrote it up in Dillionaires. NDA for schizophrenia medicine a week ago. Yeah. Still doesn't explain the amount of volume though. What do you mean by bump and run? They're called bars. You get a bout of overexuberance, which is generally very rapidly stuffed, and then it finds like a higher level of support, and then you get a reversal. This is called a bump and run reversal, or a bar. They're more accurate on longer time frames, but they can be used intraday as well. What are these adjusted options I see on Nerve? They're from before the reverse split. Puts on doc, you were 10% higher IV than calls right now. FYI, even out of the money by $2 to $3 on Docu is a 10% return only 2 weeks out. They do have earnings though. I'd be careful of the earnings. I don't think they're going to be particularly great yet. Was Nerve a Pickles pick? Yeah. Using stop limits on Nerve? No. I probably should, but I guess I could set one for like $12 to make sure that I lock in whatever. I'll set one for like $12.50. Gosh darn it, why didn't we buy no nerve? Because we didn't know what the fuck was going on with it, right? It was just an enticing prospect. Obviously now, yes, a full port YOLO would have been awesome, but Pickles picks out every Monday morning. Well, yeah, usually. By the time I'm done with them, it's usually Monday morning. Should I have put 10K instead of 1K, huh, Gurk? Probably. I wish I would have bought it at 50 cents. We didn't know about it at 50 cents, right? I don't want to buy 1,000 shares of Nerve at $12, aged like milk. It did not age well. Trick Monkey, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. I appreciate it.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no cold. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to
5K Nerf shares at 990 cost basis. Hashtag DGen. Nice, dude. What's Pickles Pigs? You know damn well what they are, Carl. They're the thing you completely ignore, inverse my position, and then lose money. What's our Nerve PT? Are we filling those gaps? I just hopped on. Sorry if already discussed. I don't know if there's a price target at this point. Like, the gaps are filled. Straight up. The next important resistance was here at 13. Now the upside's like 1693. There's a little bit at 1460. This is where that massive gap is. From 120 to 40 or 30, $43. Nope, $32. $32 to $120. There's a big fat gap. No, there's no call options. That gap won't be filled, right? I mean, it shouldn't be for any reason. Obviously, the reverse split has done things. Maybe they overshorted it in ETFs and the reverse split's blowing it up. That's the only explanation I have. Nerva's getting approval for a new schizophrenia treatment. Yeah, but they haven't gotten the approval yet. Hey Greg, is the SPY channel locked, or do you think it will break above 402 or below 400 soon? I mean, right now its current trend is kind of bearish. It broke down from this like ascending, like from that bounce, but this doesn't look much better. We've got some volume here, I guess. This might break up. Needs to break the EMA 30 here. Starting to. Biostocks, man. Yeah. Did they submit the NDA or was the NDA approved? Huge difference. I have no idea. I could tell you 1 second. They filed an NDA 6 days ago for roluperidone to treat schizophrenia. I wonder if this is a better. It's kind of volatile right here, though. Sam's picking up. Do you think there's a chance that Bobby can get back above 20 in the next few weeks? It'll take a catalyst. It's not going to do it on its own. Hey Gurk, my SPY October puts are now pretty well in the money, and it's pretty cheap to roll them out to like November now. Thoughts? Probably selling near dated puts and rolling those to pay for it. Might not be terrible to get just have something to get through the chop over the next 2 weeks. Maybe, yeah. I don't hate that. Why can't Rebecca act more like Nirvanica? What if Steve Cohen and Ryan Cohen combine forces to make Cohen and Cohen? They bye baby. Super Stonk would melt down if Ryan Cohen and Steve Cohen teamed up. Are you moving your stop on nerve? No. SPY's getting a little bit more volume here. Selling into the peak or buying? Have till Friday. Zero borrowed shares on Nerve, and the borrow rate is over 90%. Yeah, the borrow rate's the only thing that's high. October GME calls cover September OPEX period. Yeah, they do. The following monthly contract always covers OPEX. Are CCs safe right now? I mean, they're not. It depends on what price you sell them at, right? Buy another 100 shares at 14. This bounce here is pretty bullish. SPY double bottom, but it's topping out here. The 1108 candle, a good lookout for the stop price. Like 1318? Probably. Probably not a bad like stop. Okay, I'm cutting SPY puts. These are September 16. Should I roll them? Oh. Hold those. Okay, that way I still have some exposure. Just the short dated SPY puts, not the October ones. Or the September 16 ones. Ooh. Revlon's doing a bit of a thing here. Bobby's still holding its trend. GME kind of flatlined through it. It's Wheat breaking above 850 with volume. Awesome. You're internalizing my chat messages. Bullish. No problem, super hot kitty. Isn't Revlon just coming back up in the market? But it shouldn't, right? Not with any significance. Because the only active fund exposure it has is through mutual funds, and it's not very much. It's mostly just super fucking illiquid, and any buy pressure sends it up. Do you know that CMBS is down 79 BPS today? Cool. Was that like 12 cents? That's what I thought. Should one be bullish for ETF FTDs for GME? Generally, they cause price improvement. Oh, fuck, it got rejected. That's annoying. Whatever. We getting a big volume candle. Nice. So set the stop at the low of the high volatility candle, right? Yeah, generally. Well, right below it. You don't want it set at the same level. You want it set just a little bit below the peak of the high volatility candle. Hmm. This is starting to look a little bit bearish. I'm going to raise my stop up on this. 1350. I should put it at 1340. There we go. Do you have a position for Bobby? No? Not yet. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, look at that. That's fucking super easy. Mod him. That's so cool. I didn't know you could just drag the little fucking box around and reset your limits. I'm gonna move my entire portfolio into WeBull. This is one step closer to my dream of trading in the metaverse. Like Minority Report. Do they? Now try dragging your entry price lower. That'd be fucking awesome. Let's see if SPY holds the uptrend. Did you dump nerve? No. I have a stop, but it didn't hit. Nope, it just hit. I got stopped out. Bye, nerve. You were fun while you lasted. How much? I mean, I didn't even buy that many shares. Nope, SPY held the uptrend. Bullish. Nerve FTD play next? You gotta wait for that. That's a little more than held the uptrend, but it did hold the uptrend. Are we safe to start selling GME CCs again? Just remember that ETF FTDs start on September 1st. So if you're selling covered calls into this Friday, you may have to buy them back. So make sure you keep the premium on hand. And be careful with your deltas because there's room to move up to like 34.50. BBBY gonna break up? Okay. I know people don't want to hear this. But there's no like upside on BBBY right now. Now a catalyst of some great magnitude can change that very quickly, but currently, cover seers, currently, anytime the price goes up, the market maker is going to start selling shares like crazy into the rising price. Unless BBBY drops below 890 and shorts reposition. Chill, I know. No, ETF FTDs pop up kind of like every month. T plus 6 plus 35 plus 3 from the previous OPEX. So these are July ETF FTDs. How's the upside for Rev? I don't know. It's doing a intraday cup and handle. Does that mean why Bobby Strangle is okay? Probably, yeah. Like I'll show you guys so you have an idea. But this is the net gamma for this Friday's expiration. which is a little better now than it was this morning, but still kind of shitty. Wait, this is not. So this is why BBBY is having a hard time going up. See what happens at 12? Like 12 has negative 512,000 like net gamma. So it's like strangles are very safe. It's like 850 to the downside and 1250 to the upside. I wouldn't want to hold them through their announcement because this could break down really fast, right? If shorts just close. But right now, yeah, it's just walled off. Unless it falls down to that gamma flip point, which is now at $9. It's not actually $9. It's like $8.95, $8.93, $8.95. Just below $9, but it's by getting rejected off that uptrend from this morning, it looks like. Yeah, not even, yeah. It's definitely not breaking back up into that uptrend. It looks like it broke VWAP and is like pulling back to VWAP. And if it finds stability here, it'll continue to rise up, like back up to like 404-ish. Which leaves me feeling like I should have done exactly what I wanted to do this morning and just straddled it, but whatever. Nerve stabilizing 1360. Yeah, I think I'll wait on that. Revlon actually doesn't have, I don't think Revlon has that much put gamma. Like this expiration isn't great for breaking $8, but I guess it's a little negative on the upside. The problem is the skew on Rev makes the negative gamma more important. There's more call side interest up to $10 than put interest. But the skew gives the put gamma more weight. Rev CC's safe? I don't know. What did you sell them at? Can you check the Emma stock chart real quick? I need to be laughed at. My other trades are going too well. I need to be humbled. Why didn't you just sell when it was at $20 in July? Or wait, no, that's last year. Never mind. $2? What's your cost basis on that pile of shit? Do I want to know? First off, I want to know when you bought it, and then I want to know why you still have it. Talk me through this, Subway Cup. Holly Faust, thank you so much for becoming a zillionaire. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream.
Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rope. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin to go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker, trade this popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber.
Subway Cup is Houston Wade's #1 fan. I don't understand the bull case on that stock though. You'll see come 2028 after we're all dead, I'm not gonna run. Jesus. Rev $7 CCs for this Friday? I would if it got like a bounce. I would consider it, but selling out of the money is garbage. Do you actually like pickles? Yeah, they're fine. I mean, I don't eat like an excessive amount of them. After buying 100 shares on IBKR, how long do I have to wait to sell CCs? You don't? Houston's bull case is they need to make something he thinks would be good. Okay, hold on. That doesn't sound like a bull case. Spybrook VWAP, win 300. Why create your entire online persona around things that are just fine? I don't know. It was just like a screen name. It had very little to do with actual pickles and more to do with sexual innuendo when I was 16 and I made up the screen name. And then I've just used it ever since. And I think you'll find that this community is rife with sexual innuendo. So it's worked perfectly. I just realized that all my calls on MMAT are actually puts. Oh my god. I've been the put wall holding MMAT back all along. My bad, guys. Does that mean you enjoy juvenile humor? Yes. Yes, I do. I mean, I like pickles. They taste good. I have them in my refrigerator. I eat them occasionally. What target price would you be looking at to add to your Fubo position? I'd like to be able to buy it under like 360. That'd be nice. I might sell more CSPs if it fell down to that level. Have you ever made pickle parmesan? No? How how do you do that? Still waiting on Tesla? I think so. It's kind of just walking down now, though. Hmm. Maybe I should have paid better attention to this. Yeah, I think I'll pick him up on this bounce. Still planning to short ribbon some more? Maybe. I mean, I found some more attractive targets with the rest of the market moving down, but it's still a good one. It's still a nice move for relatively cheap. How does it feel to be able to afford any options contract on the market? Cool. It's pretty cool. Bobby trying to break 12. Good for it. It's cute. Is there a bear case for using WeBull as one's primary broker for options and shares? Probably. I mean, I have two trading accounts in Webull, so I don't mind, and I use the bigger one pretty frequently, but I still keep my most of my long term shareholdings in more reliable brokerages. Are puts selling off on Bobby at all? Well, it's not going to tell me anything. Hmm, not really. Some of the $11 puts closed out, so that's bullish. Don't mind that so much. Some of the $11 put wall fell off on Bobby. Not all of it, but like the shorter dated part of it did. WeBull sim like Chinese Robinhood. It's a little better than Robinhood. Robinhood is self-clearing and they have no money. Which is irony at its finest. WeBull is backed by BNY Mellon, which is like a big bank. So Webull's really like a software company, and the broker is BNY Mellon. BNY Mellon's huge. So definitely more stable than Robinhood. It was in January of 2021 too. Shady, PFOF and all that, but good platform for options and decent UI. It's hard to find a good balance there. McCooler and Gilgamesh King of the Dance. Thank you so much for becoming zillionaires, guys. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream. Did you sell your nerve shares? I got stopped out. What would be the most expensive options contracts? Probably like some in the money call on Chipotle or something like that. Webull definitely has their clearing done through Apex. They do. They do clear through Apex. Apex is like the largest clearinghouse. They're huge. I have calls on Chipotle giving me diarrhea. Congratulations, Dan. That's why I don't eat there. Double top spy, bearish. I don't know. It's continuing to hold that uptrend, so I wouldn't say it's overly bearish. Volatility's picking up a lot though. So a breakdown could be kind of rough. Magnus Heisman, thank you so much, man. Just hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added later. Are you still holding your GME cover calls? Yeah, why wouldn't I be? All my cover calls are at like 35 and 38 and 40. We some GME lovers, not a call. Not a call. I don't like CCJ very much as a uranium stock, actually. I think too much value is already priced in there. It got a lot of like FOMO from Wall Street bets, and it's kind of overvalued now. Revlon's looking okay. Nerve's still just like walking down, which is kind of what I expected to happen. The question is, I don't know if 1250 is a good entry on it, or I should wait and see if it comes back down towards 11. 1250 is probably not terrible. I think that was the cost basis I just sold from. I need to sell some CCs on GME. Are we expecting a good window to do this? To do so this week? Tuesday, Wednesday if we bump. Bad idea to sell out further than this week because of earnings. Yeah, also ETF FTDs start on Thursday. Price target for Ribbon puts, I have October 21st, 30p. Yeah, that's within the range. Let me double check my chart here. Yeah, 30p's are within range. There's a downside gap from like 29 to 25-ish. That's what I'd be targeting on a move down. Bobby breaking 12. I see. That's pretty bullish. Well, if it can hold it. How do you estimate ETF FTDs on GME? We look at the number of fails on ETFs containing GME. I see it. I don't see the 12p's selling off yet. Did you get in Bobby this week? I'm still waiting. Hmm. SPY doesn't look super great right here, but it's trying to break up. I wonder if this will get rejected or not. Ooh. I don't think BBY break 12. It can break it. It's just that the market maker is gonna, the second it does, the market maker is gonna just sell shitloads of shares into the price action. There's definitely some FOMO on Bobby. Yeah, I'm not gonna talk about it, Jesus. So buy $12 puts. No. You definitely don't have the money to sustain that. Show the NFT marketplace. Why? You know what Gamma Max is on Bobby? Um, no, not today. I'd imagine it's somewhere around like $15, 15.70, 15.50, somewhere in there. GM 2081. That seems awfully high. There's a lot of gamma that. Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot of calls at 20. Why do people buy calls so far out of the fucking money? So after all the SS hype, GM America was just an NFT collection? I guess so. I don't know. Do you have top of the chain rev calls? I mean, they're leaps. They also have like 0.3 delta. What's up, Heath Dill? Rev 35's not like Bobby 20s. Yeah, not really the same. Would you take a look at Oxy looking to buy puts? I would not consider that right now. Oil prices are rising. And Oxy's share price is very, very much tied to the price of oil per barrel. Puts are probably a terrible idea on Oxy right now, especially over the next few weeks. But I'm already out of nerve. I was out of nerve before Bobby even started moving up. Are you selling Fubo CCs above your cost basis on any strikes? Yeah, I sold some. Like, I sold them at my cost basis. Well, I guess slightly above. Couple cents. Thoughts on SPX 4200C? It seems like a sound investment with no risk. Yeah, I got stopped out of nerve already. Oh, there's definitely a 3x oil ETF. I just forget what it's called. Just Google it. Any reason not to ride nerve shares? It was breaking down. So I sold. I could buy back in if it finds like some support. It's starting to. It's starting to stabilize here. Are ETF FTDs chonky this time around? Not super chonky. We won't have most of the, we won't have the complete data, I don't think, until tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow. And then I'll let everyone know what they're looking like. How viable is selling an IV play? IV play CCs on big runs. Oh, it's awesome. Why are people thinking about ETF FTDs right now? Those FTDs will get stuffed into a futures expiry to harvest that sweet entropy spike on OPEX. No. The ETF FTDs from pre-OPEX don't get stuffed. So the FTDs used for hedging, those don't really get rolled forward. Those just get cleared. You're thinking of like creation fails, right? And those aren't even really fails. That's just creation, right? Packaged forward. We need the rounded bottom breakout song, please. Thanks. I'll never play that song again. Do you want to buy these back? Not really. Good entry on how today, or do you think there's a lower opportunity? Let's take a look. Nope. It's not bad. If the market comes up a little bit, you might be able to get it closer to 30. But not a terrible price right now, I don't think. What are your expectations for the Bobby announcement? I don't have many. When you do TA, do you use the wicks or the body? Usually I try to use the body. You can't always, but when you can, you should. Top for the day on Bobby? 1325, 1350. There'll have to be a lot of capitulation. And if there's that much, it could go higher. Spy stuck in this channel all week before drops later. We'll see. I still think the spy's gonna recover a tiny bit. Too much stability here above 400. We really wanted to see the spy move down hard today, which pushes out my plays a little bit, but, well, not nerve, but the rest of them. If it gets a little more above the EMA 30, is that good for a nerve reentry? I mean, you'd want to buy it on stabilization. It is stabilizing. I mean, this is a reversal. I guess I would see if it continues to pull up. And the bounce is almost confirmed here. It just needs to break 1337. There it goes. It's on the Discord, Sisyphus, on the music channel. Are you still in, Bobby? Nope. No positions right now. I don't really expect much on Rev for the next couple weeks, honestly. This is like a low point in the FTD cycles, so I wouldn't expect too much price action. Your reason not to buy SPY 380p and push through the winter into like March? Other than tying up capital, I see no way they don't print. Please tell me how dumb I am. I don't disagree. I just don't like tying up that much capital. I just grabbed a 12% return on 115 GME 33 cc's for the morning. Feeling a peak here. Nice. Do you think we could see a run on wheat like we did in March, June? Or do you think we'll fizzle out at the top of this range that we're approaching? I expect wheat to continue to move up for a while. It's just you have to have like a ton of time in it, right? It's not a play for everyone because it's definitely just tying up capital, right? But when it moves, it'll move probably pretty hard. After ETF FTD covering, how low can we see GME go into OPEX? I mean, that'll depend on options positioning and short interest, but 30 seems to be a pretty solid floor for right now. 30.50. Should you do TA on a 3x oil ETF? Or is it better to do the TA on just the regular crude oil stocks? I don't think it matters, right? One's just a multiple of the other. Favorite wheat tickers? Wheat, the ETF or ETN, and JJG. September OPEX settlement is the week following the 16th. So I believe it's September 19th through 21st. Right? Yeah, September. I don't have a calendar. Oh, yeah, I do. Hold on. September 19th through 21st. Did your scanner ping on phase at all? No, that didn't come up. I'm in it for the long term, but with the recent spike up in price, I'm looking to take some profits off the table and reposition if it dips. I timed the bottom almost perfectly, so happy either way. Nice. SPY up or down? SPY just sitting on resistance and chopping. Why does Bobby seem to have more active fund pressure than GME? Oh, it has more active fund exposure than GME. Bobby's in Bobby's in the Russell 2000 in IWM. This is a public service announcement once again reminding everyone that wheat, uranium, Revlon, and Fubo are all long-term plays, not short-term. People have again asked about literally every one of them today. I know. That's because they're playing long-term plays on the short term, I think. That's generally the reason. Nice exit on Nerve, my dude. Thanks, man. Did you dump your Amazon puts? No, but they're for October. So I'm not super concerned with them right now. You're the opposite of bearish on Rev? Sure. What is the expectation for GME FTDs going into September OPEX? I feel like I answered that already. ETF FTDs generally produce positive price movement. It's usually not a lot though. Like 5 to 10% upside. Shouldn't you do TA on both? It literally shouldn't matter. The TA should be the same on both because they should be the same chart. What are your 24 leap strikes for Fubo? 2024, $10. Safe to sell Fubo CCs? How far out of the money do you think would be safe? I sold a bunch at $4 this week. I sold like 50 of them at $4 for this Friday. Have you entered any of the Pickles picks positions besides Nerve? I picked up a few Amazon puts and some SPXS calls. And then yeah, I haven't really done much else today. I was gone for about half an hour and Bobby is up 15%. What happened? It moved up. Mostly with the market. Hedge Tesla puts, or do you expect a strong rejection before 290? I might buy more. It could reject in this range. I mean, it's mostly moving up with the market also. So it just depends on what the SPY does. Triple top on Apple. I would imagine it's just doing the exact same thing the SPY is doing. Sure. It's just the same fucking chart. You want to play SQQQ? Why so expensive back in 2019? It's reverse, like, or no, it splits when the share price drops too much, or reverse splits. So you're just seeing like the reverse splits in the past. It was never that much money. Like the price of it drops and then they reverse split it, and that makes the previous prices appear higher. Right? So like say it hit $40 back here, and then up here they reverse split it, then this goes up to like 80, and then they reverse split it again down here, and this goes up to like 160, right? And it just keeps going up. It's just an effect of reverse splits on the chart. What is the relationship between SQQQ, TQQQ, and the QQQ? Well, QQQ is an ETF that tracks NASDAQ. SQQQ and TQQQ are like leveraged ETFs that track the ETF that tracks NASDAQ. Nice, Fret. Why is it sometimes GME moves are highly correlated to the SPY and other basket stocks, and other days it's flat when others are moving around it? It really just depends on if they are internalizing active fund order flow or not. You think you could beat a very angry raccoon in hand-to-hand combat? I don't think I'd try. Seems like a terrible idea. Oh wait, I don't want this. I want this to be the SPY. I don't want to look at Apple. There we go. Can you explain how you keep tabs on macroeconomics, and what do you look for in futures and commodities prior to moving into positions? I generally try to determine like the forward sentiment based on futures pricing, commodities pricing. How do I keep tabs on it? I mean, I read about it, news, reports, pay attention to like all the economic reports. I mean, obviously you can't pay attention to all of it. It's too much, but try to pay attention to at least key things. You can totally beat the anger reaction. I believe in you. I don't want to be in that position. If I can play with a baby mountain lion that I took in as a stray, I think I can handle a raccoon. I guess. I feel like if a raccoon's attacking you, you need to get rabies shots right away. Do you think this is a good entry point for GME? For what? Shares? It's a bit expensive, no? Are you gonna write a DD on Revlon for Wall Street bets? I still have wet dreams about 15. I don't know, maybe. It's a long way off from closing above 930 or whatever. Thoughts on selling CSPs on Oxy? It's a harvest premium. Well, it seems to be pushing for all-time highs. I already do that. It's decent. Ivy's not terrible on it. It's not great, but it's not terrible. You have to sell pretty far out of the money to ensure that you don't get a sign, though. Still holding nerve? No, I got stopped out. The story of my banning from TGI Fridays has its own video, I'm pretty sure. Weed's still waking up. Yeah, it's not going to move. Generally, it's not going to move super fast, but it's starting to look better and better. I don't know why everyone wants Wall Street Bets to know about it. Do you guys think that they provide some sort of value? They don't. They just buy shitloads of weeklies and sell the floor out on any red candle. Yeah, FOMO's not necessarily the best thing. You know, thousands of stocks all over the market move every day without any retail fucking participation at all. I think I would prefer if Wall Street Bets has no idea until it's already at like $20. Like BBBY, right? Think about how long it ran after Wall Street Bets got in versus how long we all held it for. Algos don't move markets either. Funds move markets. Funds use algos as risk management tools. They're not like some god program that's making all their trades for them. They're programmed with specific strategies in mind. Regardless of how advanced the hedge fund is, none of them are modeling shit in real time. There is a thesis, they act on it. The algorithms control risk parameters. That's it. I know you all want to believe in some greater power, some giant machine controlling everything, but mostly it's just degenerates with history degrees. Did your banning from TGIFs result in them being shut down for serving a minor? No. I don't really want to write a DD on it at all. The stock market actually exists on the back of a space turtle. Nice bounce. I've never been Persian. How can I still be Persian? There's no minors involved. It was a bar at midnight. I'll write a Wall Street Bets DD. I'll write a Wall Street Bet DD on Rev that is so misinformed and wrong that you will have to write a proper one. Why would you do that to me? That's super fucked up. You want to be the first person to do that to me, but that's messed up. I don't like it. What are the dark pool utilization numbers for GMA today? Why do you care? First of all, you don't know the dark pool utilization, Dayman. You don't know the dark pool utilization numbers till after market close. That's when the utilization print is. All you can look at is current dark pool volume. Well, delayed dark pool volume, and that's not really an indicator of how much utilization there is. I love how they're called dark pools, yet are where most of the trades happen. Well, that's because institutions use them. Institutions do most of the trading. They don't want to get front run by high frequency traders. So they use dark pools. The market could make very, very tiny changes and institutions would use dark pools less. Like add a, 0.01 cent charge per share per trade and just murder high frequency trading. What do you think is more likely, Rev getting a buyout or a squeeze before January? There's a buyout under 35. All 35 Cs are toast. That could happen. I mean, not all 35 Cs are toast, right? Like, it's not just going to pin to the buyout price. There'll be some volatility and then it'll pin. But, Spurt had a buyout, but it didn't pin to the buyout price. It depends on if it's a cash buyout or an equity buyout. There's a lot of different variables there, man. The more time goes on, the more SS seems dumb. No, it has nothing to do with time. It's always been dumb. The fun fact, Gherkin is actually Pat McAfee and Christine Lagarde's love child. McAfee's. Thanks, Geronimo. Is there an ETF that can get some exposure to Persian mining companies? No. Will you re-enter Nerve? Probably not today. Is your real name Wario? No. Do you know who Pat McAfee is? I thought you didn't like American football. I don't. Do you see Rev dropping below 630 again? Sure, why not? Had to go cut my grass, set a stop on Nerve, and got stopped out by 1.6. Made 15% on the trade. Thanks. No problem, dude. Have you bought any SPY or Tesla puts today? I had some SPY puts at one point, and then I got rid of them. I have Tesla puts. I just said I don't know who he is. See you later, Gilgamesh, King of Dans. What day has the highest ETF FTDs for GMA? I don't know yet. I'll know tomorrow after the ETF or the FTD report comes out. Patience. I feel like everyone's very impatient today. Is the chat just like super busy? Like the fucking stream, people. Dear God. What are your thoughts on cool season turf grasses? I'm thinking about getting some Kentucky bluegrass, but I don't like the low drought tolerance. Would perennial ryegrass be better even with the rhizomes, without the rhizomes? I mean, Kentucky bluegrass is going to attract more ticks to your yard. So if you live in an area where you have like a tick problem, I would definitely not go with the Kentucky bluegrass. Don't tell me how to live. I just, if you don't like the stream, then people are going to complain in the stream about you not liking the stream. And then I have to read that hundreds and hundreds of times. Thanks, Dork. Could you maybe talk about your bull case for Revlon? I somehow got the idea that it was like a 3 to 5 month play, and now we're talking about long term. It's probably about a 3 to 5 month play, but that is long term for here at least. Is Jimmy getting internalized again? Maybe. No, I didn't take a class in landscape engineering. What's a question you wish was asked more often? There isn't one. Why the fuck is Bobby running? Define running. Moving between 1150 and 1250? I actually bought 916 125p on Amazon instead of 1021. Am I gonna live? Not if the market recovers. Dude, I made like fucking almost $300,000 off Bobby. I could give a shit less about being late to the party. I don't have any bags that I'm holding, man. If I want to buy into it, I can at any price, no matter what. Bobby goes to 100, I can still buy calls. I'll buy shares. I'll buy thousands of them. It just doesn't fucking matter. Just don't talk shit. We're not the same. All right, Digital Good Time? Yes, I see you, Peasant Vision. Nerve below 13 again? I don't know, is it? Yeah, it's a 1277. You think you're so special? If Bobby hits 100, I'll buy a share too. I already had a thesis on Bobby. It played out perfectly. I was very happy with it. The only people that aren't happy with it are the ones that bought it either after the thesis had already played out or in the last like 6 days. You know there's alternatives to FOMO, right? It's not just all call buying. RC selling was not in the thesis. I know. That's why I sold. Thesis no longer valid. Sell everything. Is the alternative to FOMO called FUBO? No. I mean, like, you don't have to, like, buy a stock while it's ripping, right? You can just sell calls at the top. Just do the Ken Griffin. What do you think will make more money? FOMO at $20 into rising IV. Or selling hundreds of naked calls on whatever the peak is. When was Ken Griffin going broke? I feel like this is a trick question. Bobby's a little delta sensitive today. It's interesting. What's the is Bob around? What's the DN? Is Bobby's price action today a sign they're trying to get off reg show? I don't think so. I think it's just some delta sensitivity and a reaction to the market climbing. Do you think KG took out a $600 million loan to help build his credit score? It's not really like taking out a loan. It's just like getting money from other people to spend on shit. You never spend your own money. You think Citadel cares about $600 million when they're making $6 billion a quarter on volatility plays? They don't. No, it's free money. If you get a loan at like 1% or 2%, that's just free money in the market. As long as you can pay the rate, right? Like as long as you can cover your VIG. S&P's got 10% growth over a 10-year period for like its entire fucking history. And that's the baseline, right? So if you're taking 600 million and plowing it into something that beats the market by like 35% a quarter, why the fuck would you care? It's just free money. Extra leverage. But SS said he's bankrupt. Yeah, he's not. I hope nobody marked my words. The SPY did not double top at 404. Yeah, I see that. Do you keep track of Pickles picks and the percentage they hit? Not really. SS thinks that Griffin's sitting in front of his screen the whole day, watching GME and panicking. No. Good call on the SPY 405-ish price target. It's 405.30. It hasn't hit it yet, but it's very close. SPY's actually kind of unexciting today. Choppy and shitty for positioning. If you were still in something like Nerve, it has a couple more green days, and they add an options chain. That's usually a good sign to jump out. Yeah, I would get out when they reopen the options chain. I mean, I already got out because the price dropped, but I'm more interested in Nerve's like future potential than its current price action, if that makes sense. Nerve is very early, but the price action over the last few days is going to generate a big heaping pile of FTDs. And then when they open the options up and you're able to buy them, they'll probably be pretty cheap. And then I will buy big piles of them and make money on the FTDs. Spy-Fi, welcome to Zillionaire, man. Thank you so much.
Happy birthday, Gurk.
Are apes buying or shorts covering? This is just active fund pressure and delta sensitivity. There's definitely FOMO, but it's dying down into the mid-afternoon. Don't talk about Bobby. Talk about Rev and Fubo. Rev is just chopping slightly below VWAP. I don't even know what Fubo is doing today. Ooh, it's at my price target at 363. I should pick up some more shares at this price. I have CSPs out, so I'll just buy them if it stays this low, right? At the same price? Maybe I should sell more CSPs at like 350. That's what I'll do. Nerve, 65% of volume off exchange. I gambled into a dead cap bounce or good news on Bobby at 10-ish. Only shares though. Fubo TV is expensive. It is. Yeah, it is quite expensive right now. They're adding like ad content. Like they're working with a marketing company right now to add ad content to reduce the subscriber price and maintain profitability. So the lower tier brackets are supposed to drop in price over like the next couple of quarters, which should encourage more subscribers to get on board. For Fubo CSP, do you usually do weeklies or 14 DTE? I just sold 9/16s. No, I can't fix MMAT. If you want more Fubo shares, you should sell in the money at 4 instead of 350. I know. I already sold 4s this week. I sold a bunch of them at 4. I sold like 15 contracts at $4. They're in the money now. Like they'll probably get assigned, and then my buy-in price on those will be like roughly 360, 355. You got censored BMG. Less than 6 months ago, Ken Griffin was the main backer in a bid to spend $3 billion on Chelsea Football Club. How in the actual fuck do people think he's broke? I mean, that's like his personal money, though, right? The fund has way more than that. He's only got $38 billion. They're in the Discord, Spy-Fi. In the country club. What's up with selling CCs greater than 30 DTE, resetting your stock holding period? So there's some restrictions on selling stock that you've owned for less than a year. So like short-term capital gains, you can keep theoretically keep resetting your holding period, except no brokerage in the world tracks that. So it never really gets reported properly. And your like long-term holding remains. As long as you don't get assigned, obviously. If you get assigned and you sell, then that's another story. I was trying to look up high IV stock and got to looking at IC with 500% IV on some of their options expiring 9/16. The stock hasn't moved much in the last year. What causes IV to be so high? I have no idea. Bobby 13. Nice. I think what's more impressive is a move up against the market trend. Hmm. God, those are overpriced. That looks more compelling. What time frame is that on? The 5? Can you show me the 1 hour, Dork? Is Rev's consolidation bullish? Well, it's not dropping, so that's cool. Okay. Thank you. Nice, Chad. Any plans on getting into party this fall? I think you're picking up $3 leaps. Could be alright. The MM stopped selling on Bobby, or is the uptrend stronger than they're selling? I don't know if they've stopped selling. Volume's still going up really, really fast. They should be selling into the rising price up until the flip point, which was, what was it? I posted the chart earlier, but now I don't know where I put it. After Well, there's another big wall of like negative gamma at 15. So right where it is now, it can slide up to 14. Like there's room for it to move up to 14. But after 14, 1450 and 15 are a pretty hard wall also. Almost as strong as 12. So expect some stabilization around the $14 price point. But 1350 is kind of weak. Do you think Fubo will move enough for $50 leaps to make any money? Or should I build on my $5 and $10 leaps? Thoughts? I mean, the $50 ones are just for like if there's another big IV spike. That's the only reason I bought those. For BBBY, this seems like the day Rev was moving up to get off Reg Show. It's possible. I mean, obviously we won't have information on that until tonight. But I'd imagine that they would want it off Reg Show moving into the announcement. So if they're able to clear it, something to look for would be in the money put exercising. I should probably check the time in sales. Order flow by exchange. $3 million through Felix. Strike. Call order flow by strike. Not a lot of deep in the money calls, right? Hold on, let me see something. I don't need to set a condition, but I want notional above 100,000 for calls. Yeah, I don't see a lot of oh, so there's some, but those are $11. Okay, so there's a few September 2nd $8 calls. That came through, but not a lot. Only what 1,500 contracts. Yeah, there's only 1,500 contracts. So it doesn't look like they're trying to scrub a lot of FTDs at least. I sold my BBY 916 $35 calls, 55% underwater. I'm hanging on since Bobby's so volatile right now. And for the call on Wednesday, not a conservative play, but is it a bad play? I mean, if it moves south and Ivy crushes after the here's the risk with the call, right? If they don't say something super fucking bullish, Ivy is gonna crush. And price is gonna drop. And then for the bullish side, you know, they say if they do say something phenomenal, like, you know, they've got a buyer for baby or something like that, then, you know, the price will likely open quite high. So, I mean, it's a lot of risk to carry. For what's probably like a negatively weighted coin flip. There are $21,045.92 contracts. Yeah, that's a lot of money. Picked up a $12 strike call this morning on Bobby, figuring a pump before the news, planning to sell tomorrow. I think what I'm going to do is the announcement's Wednesday morning, right? So I'll probably sell out of the money naked calls tomorrow and then buy like a call position. I think that's better than buying puts. Because that way if IV crushes, I don't get fucked. Is there a precedent for a company making such a big deal out of announcing something and it not being particularly bullish? Yeah. There's a lot of precedents for companies announcing shit that's not nearly as bullish as you thought it would be. Thinking of selling Fubo CSP Feb 2023 5P. IV is like 122, 213 at the bid. So you want to lock up your money for 8 months? I guess. I mean, thanks, Dr. GME. Do you think Unusual Whale's $40-ish a month plan is worth it? No, not at all. There's very, very little paid data that's worth a damn. Have we seen news for Bobby? What's the news with the run? I think it's pretty delta sensitive, and the market's been rising for the last 2 hours. So it's putting a lot of pressure on it. It's good. There's another big fucking put wall like 14-15. But we'll see. It may start capitulating, which is really good. I'm still bullish on Revlon. Has MTMT been discussed already? I don't own it, but it could look interesting. I know it's been talked about in the past, but what's so great about it? It looks like it's just like coming up on some like low volume volatility. I don't really know if that's very bullish. Should be selling Bobby 92 CCs out of the money right now. I'd imagine IV would be higher tomorrow before the announcement. I guess the biggest risk there would be if it went off reg share tonight. Like, if it went off reg show tonight, then that could present a problem. Because that could crush IV early. But I would probably wait to sell calls till tomorrow if I'm gonna do that. And it's not like someone's trying to keep the SPY under 405. It's just that there's really not enough buy pressure for the market to pull up above the resistance. How likely is it to go off reg show? The chances are pretty high. It's traded more volume after the 5 consecutive days of failure than it did before. So, or during the 5 consecutive days of failure. Yeah, with IV as high as it is, I don't think I want to straddle the announcement. Because straddling puts you at like double the risk for IV crush, right? The chances have been pretty high all along. Well, I mean, the longer it drags out, the higher the chance gets. And remember, it just has to fall below the threshold requirement, which for Bobby is what, 79 million shares outstanding. So it's if they drop it below $395,000 roughly FTDs in a day, then it'll fall off. Or well, for 5 consecutive days. And we don't know how many days it's been above, right, so far. Well, Bobby broke the $14 put wall. I'm not gonna have data on whether or not the puts are selling off yet. Looking decent. I picked up some $15 calls. I don't know if I'll hold them into tomorrow, but I picked them up. Okay, now the market maker is selling into them again. What's up, TV? Where is he? I don't see him. Surely trading hundreds of millions a day would create at least that many fails. One would think, at least. I highly doubt it. It's not going to create an equivalent number of fails. Like, Bobby's never failed at a ratio that high. So, I mean, I would doubt that it's failing at anything, super exceptional. Maybe like 10-15% fail to volume ratio. I'd be surprised if it was higher. After breaking 14, does it now act like kind of a support? No. I told you, I mean, didn't I just tell you guys like 15 minutes ago we'd probably stabilize around 14? Stabilize at 14, not rug pull at 14. It's not a rug pull. It fucking went down like 30 cents. Relax. It's volatile, right? The market maker is net negative gamma, which means when the stock is running, the market maker's gonna buy, they're gonna buy into the run until it hits those walls, right? And when it hits those walls, they start selling into the run. And then when it's dropping, they're selling into the drop. So yeah, stabilize. It'll stabilize. I wouldn't call it a ladder attack, even. Like a ladder attack, if they dropped it like $2 or something and like tried to scoop up some stop losses. GME risky. It depends on where are you trying to sell them. You're asking me if they're risky. Like the fucking delta value tells you the risk. If you're selling 50% chance at going in the money, then yeah, they're risky. If you're selling at, 0.05 delta, who fucking cares? You'll probably never be assigned. Feels like Bobby is a lot of people's first squeeze. Well, remember, most people that bought GME didn't own it in January. It's a good brand of underwear. Under Armour. Not the weird like polyester ones though, just the cotton ones. You don't want to get cancer in your nuts. So weird in here. It's definitely not normal. Why do you trust option market makers' delta values on an options chain? What do you mean? They're just based off of like equations that follow Black-Scholes, right? I don't. I calculate options on my own. You should just keep an options calculator open and do it yourself. Especially if I'm buying like a big position. I'm not gonna buy based on the like the fucking brokerage price. I'm gonna need another run on Bobby. It ran too fast for me to sell. I don't know if you answered, but is a spy test of 410, 411 possible before another downside? Yeah, that's my like high target for this bounce. I would say on the upside, like 411 and 413 are the two big, like really big resistances. 413 just because of all the interest at 410, it can push higher, but it would more than likely be a very short test at those prices. You holding off on covered calls on Jimmy till after earnings? I sold covered calls on it last week. They haven't expired yet. But yeah, I don't have any currently expiring during earnings week. If Rev finna squart, this will do the same. I don't know if Revlon is finna squart right now. It's trading flat. At this point, I'd be kind of surprised to see a second squart on Rev. Fair enough. It does look like someone is accumulating a long position though on Rev. Random large green candles, then nothing. It's a possibility, but no one's really going to be able to buy any significant portion of ownership, right? So if a buyout were to be offered, it would have to go through Perlman because he owns all the fucking stock. Sent DM. Perelman would at least want his cost basis. I'd imagine he'd want more than his cost basis, right? Given how long he's owned it. I don't think he'd just take the break even. How often do options get exercised before expiration? Pretty rarely. It depends on how deep in the money they are. What was this cost basis? I think it's like $22. It's pretty high. Ugh. You're getting GME calls prior to earnings and then sell just before earnings. Yeah. I'm gonna buy probably some GME calls for it going into like next Monday, Tuesday. Where the ETF FTDs are. We ran a couple weeks ago. I had 34 weeklies get exercised 1 or 2 days early. We were trading at like 40, 42. Yeah, I mean, you're like $4 to $6 or six to $8 in the money. That's especially as you approach expiration. It really depends where expiration is. If expiration's pretty far out, you're very unlikely to be assigned, even if you are in the money. I can't make Rev up. How far in advance of earnings do they normally start pricing up options? Most of the pricing up occurs like 3 days before. Like by Friday, they'll probably have started to price them up quite a bit. What's kind of interesting is earnings is on T plus 6 plus 35 plus 3 from July 22nd, which was the split date, and also July OPEX T plus 2. Why is the sentiment in here about Bobby bearish? Is it? Define bearish, right? There's a big difference between cautious and bearish. Was the Revlon on the 1st of August due to FTDs? I believe so, yeah. If so, shouldn't we see something similar soon? Yeah. I think as we start to approach the next, wave of FTDs, we'll see another decent run on it. Bobby put holders and bystanders are just salty as fuck. I have calls. SPY hit 378 in after hours on Friday around 4:53 p.m. on the 1 minute chart. What mean is that a gap fill? I don't think so. I don't I don't see it. Maybe just a bad data point. Large single order of $15 calls for September. A large single order of 2,643 BBBY 15 calls for September 16th came in. Who would have done something like that? Wouldn't you get back into Nerve after they open up its fucking options chain? Nothing's happening to Revlon. It's okay, Thunder 86. You're fine. You still think of playing a 3-to-1 ratio on Bobby for Wednesday? No, because Ivy's not dropping at all. So I'll probably just play calls and then sell cover, like, naked calls to the upside in case it crushes. I have position in Bobby $15 calls that I am not the happiest with, but it's there nonetheless. It's not a rug pull. The market maker is just selling back down to the last, like, gamma point. Jesus Christ. I thought you guys were in it from, like, MOASS or whatever. Why are you worried about a 30-cent rug pull? People are ridiculous. Jesus Christ, get your fucking emotions in check. This is the goddamn stock market. This isn't your fucking cotillion. I don't want to hear about all your drama. It's a 30-cent drop. Fucking relax. God. Yeah, imagine how I feel finding out all my underwear is 90% polyester and you guys are crying. It's okay. Lance Armstrong only has one testicle. Or none. Did he lose them both? I don't remember. I've never seen more comments about, like, $1 of price action in my life. Core's worrying about 30-cent drops while options channels are discussing chaining SPX spread plays that are food stamps or Lambo 5,000 baggers. The TA is correct. I think it's ice cream time, Pickle Man. It might be. Rev bag holders mad at Bobby bag holders. I don't know how many bag holders there are on Revlon. It's been basically the same price for the last 3 weeks. Look at the pores crying over $1. I can taste your tears, pores. Thanks, Stonks Squeezer 69. Re-enter Nerve at 10, but this time 10,000 shares instead of 100. We'll see. It keeps. I suspected that it had hit its top. I was right. I'm glad I got out when I did. Also, I'd rather re-enter once options open up. I don't think there's a lot of, like, bullish momentum left now. So now I want to, like, wait for it to pull back and get in, like, reposition for when FTDs start coming due. If you guys want to get Gert going, ask him what he thinks about a decaf Americano. You motherfucker. Carl, time him out. Schrodinger stock. Welcome to Zillionaire. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it.
Happy birthday, Gert.
8 out of 13 also for a cool 40% gain in a day. Not a bad stock. Yeah. Do any of your scanners look for unreasonably high delta on far out of the money strikes? I look for unreasonably large put positions on far out of the money strikes. That 2600 contract 15C order happened 2 minutes before the Bobby peak. So it was just the hedging of that order. No, Carl, don't. Thanks, Carl. Why would you drink decaf coffee? Seriously, for people that drink decaf coffee, why? Coffee doesn't taste good. Even good coffee doesn't taste that good. It's not like something you're like, oh, I can't wait to taste that flavor. Right? You just drink it for the caffeine, and then you've taken the most important part out. The caffeine. And then you've watered it down on top of it. I need another Jackson hole to fit my puts into. I have a health condition. I can't have caffeine, but I love the taste. It's a terrible taste. And decaf tastes like it's got like an astringent chemical flavor. I might have answered this before, but is there any advantage to buying VIX calls over SPY puts? Even in the event of a market crash, VIX never has gone above 90, but it can go to 90. Calm down. I love drinking the flavor of old cigarettes. Whoever likes the taste of coffee is using a ton of sugar. That might be true. I don't put sugar in coffee. I do digital good time. I do. No, your VXX $80 calls are not saved. How do you feel about an Americano with caffeine? That's fine. The milk is the sugar. Big wheeler, sinus feeler. Milk has a lot of sugar in it. You're just caramelizing it with a steam wand. Not added sugar. Okay. Still sugar, still sweet. Black cold brew concentrate with hot water is dope. Ugh. I can't listen to people's coffee preferences. This is not productive. Oh look, the spy's breaking up. It's doing the thing. You go, girl. Fubo's doing a thing? I don't believe you. Oh. Eh. Is it really, though? Fubo's just got a lot of accumulation going on right now. So it keeps getting like these big volume candles every once in a while. This has been going on for a couple weeks. Oh, Bobby's no longer following the market. How does the existing options chain on Nerve work? Like, they only represent 12 shares. Yeah. It doesn't work. Stay away from it. Did you cut your Bobby leaps? Oh, a while back, yeah. I got stopped out of them. It's almost like the higher Bobby goes, the more selling pressure there is. That's what I've been saying all day. Is it next week or the week after that FTDs are due again? Next week's going to be kind of interesting. It could be the week after, but I'm curious to see if there's an effective ETF FTD still on Revlon. I don't think there will be, but there could be, and that'll be exciting. Can this FTD covering? Can this be FTD covering to take it off Reg Show? Sure. I wasn't wrong. I I perfectly called the top of Bobby and the range in which its price would settle. There it is. 1350 to 14. Settling. Sitting in its little groove. I haven't been bearish at all. I've just been honest instead of trying to I don't even know what people are trying to do at this point. I assume they're trying to pump the stock, which there's nothing I hate more than pumping stocks on bullshit, hopium, and speculation is something that I despise. And all of the DD on Bobby that I've seen in the last 2 weeks has been exactly that. I love how the more correct you are in a realistic manner, the more you get called wrong. It's the best. Said the guy flipping the Tootsie Roll chain. Listen, I was just trying to see what would happen. I think I missed buying the top on Bobby. Can you go make it go back up? Because Storic goes back down? Wait, what? Don't worry, you'll be able to buy another peak at some point. Rev is the play, right, guys? I mean, I've made a lot of money off of it. I haven't made as much money off of it as I've made on Bobby. Oh no, Girk's not full bull on this, even though he predicted it. Why did people listen to him after he called this? Like seriously, like I don't know. I don't get it. Whatever. People are just gonna flock to wherever hopium's fed to them. That's how Matt Kors stayed in business for so long. I'm not gonna be that guy. The case isn't for Bobby is not as bullish as it was. That's just a fact. Nerve was dope. I bought it at $9 and then I sold it at like $13.40. Boss man, buy a bag of coffee from Sightglass Roasters, one of my favorites in SF. Super Chat won't let me post a link to their page. I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much, Mr. Sadman. I'll check it out. That sounds good. I'm always down to check out new roasters. You and Matt Kors should stream together. You're a shill. Rev is a dead duck. Dude, how am I a shill? I wrote the fucking thesis on Bobby, you shithead. I was the only one fucking talking about it when no one in the world wanted to buy it. Fucking morons. Thanks a lot for all the knowledge. Quick question. What is the main difference between managing a port of $1 million instead of 50K? Leveraged risk. That's it. The more exposure you have, the greater your risk. It's a lot easier to manage a smaller port because of that. Seriously, where were all these people when Bobby was at 5? Not buying it. That's why they're so worried now. I remember buying Bobby at 450 and wondering if something was wrong with me. Yeah. Well, there was nothing entertaining about Bobby at the time. Grim 2. I think we can all agree on that. Nice, Buttlicker. Are you implying that their $24 cost basis was a bad investment? Yes. Even with the sale of Baby, fucking Bobby isn't worth $24 a share. It's worth like $22, minus however much of their asset value Baby represents. So probably more like 17. And then you're left with what? Like if they sell Bobby or Baby, what are you left with? Harmon face values and 1,300 5,000 square foot retail locations with one employee and a bunch of inventory they can't pay for. Well, I mean, most of the inventory is the towels. No, we sell on the run up. All right, cool. Then stop being bullish on the company. Be bullish on the mechanics. That's fine. You can, believe it or not, you could just be bullish on someone getting fucked over and the price running. You don't actually have to pretend to be bullish about the fucking company. Right? Like no one's actually bullish on Bobby's like long-term value. It doesn't have any. 7 of the 10 board members that are in place used a loan to buy back stock so they could fucking sell out. $1 billion of their debt was used to buy back stock in their failing business. That's something Girk would do. Yeah, if I was a board member in a heartbeat. You finna be so wrong in 3 to 4 years? We'll find out. Come back and let me know. The value of the company has nothing to do with the share price. Definitely not right now. What about Fubo? Everyone keeps saying Fubo. It's gone up 2 cents since the last time you said Fubo. Board members pumping stock for their own enrichment? But Girk, they're fiduciary responsibilities. They're generating shareholder value, right? I have Snickers ice cream bars. I should eat one. I don't think it'll make me less angry. I want to sell 450 cc's at 380. You pick up any other novelties? I have a selection. Bobby slid into your DMs again. Are we getting a second squarting? That's not good. That's why I love Rev. The underlying thesis is probably going to 0. So FUD that, you plebs. P.S. I'm also a pleb and full port rip. Kirk is evil Jack Black. I'm not evil. No, I don't have a ice cream truck. I wish. It'd be really hard to park. You mentioned your screener caught nerve. Does it have something basic at its core that it scans for? Or is it all complex? I think it was actually an accident that it caught it. It shouldn't have, because it doesn't have an options chain. But the options chain it has is drastically overpriced. And so I think it picked up on that. Did you discuss why Ryan Cohen moved the earnings date to September 7th? No? He he didn't. They just oh, you're fucking with me? They just announced it for September 7th. Nothing was moved. You still holding CLVR? Fuck no. Are you? Seriously though, why BBBY fall off a cliff? When wheat gonna moon? Is Jamie still gonna MOASS? When Rev moon? When Fubo moon? Do you like pineapple pizza and decaf coffee? Am I missing any of your other favorite questions? No, you pretty much hit the gambit there. Gamut. Nerve finding support at the first big peak. Okay. It may have like another, yeah, it may have another little run up, but I think this downtrend's gonna continue for a bit. So I'm less interested. Like this morning looked really good. Without options, tomorrow probably not so enticing. And then I think the price will collapse. And that'll give an opportunity to get in for FTDs when they come due. My Niagara peach gelato is delicious. That actually does sound amazing. We get as a nation, move forward and come to the understanding that wearing a Gore-Tex dry suit at all times is actually the most convenient and fashionable attire choice. That's terrible. Don't ever be that guy. You won't, because you're not. Your honesty and straightforwardness is rare to find. I want to thank you for being who you are, even when people come in here and shit on you. Thanks. Thank you, Trina. I appreciate that. They missed asking about SST. Thanks for all you do. What do you think about buying Apple Leap puts if there is a market crash? Is it better than SPY puts in terms of percentage to the downside and a relatively cheaper price? It's cheaper. Percentage down. I mean, it's going to be very similar, right? Apple's the most heavily weighted stock in the SPY, so yeah, it's not a bad alternative. Apple's, the only problem I have there is like Apple is trading at what it was Apple's trading at like a 27 times price to earnings. I think there's better choices in the big mega cap stocks. Like Amazon, I think Amazon's a better short choice than Apple. If you're gonna choose between a bunch of giant mega caps, Amazon's trading at like 127 times earnings. Right? And if they're gonna pull back, you know, expectations in like Q3 and Q4, Amazon would lose probably far more value than Apple. Also, Amazon's more exposed to. Well, it's more it has greater exposure to core inflation metrics, and then they're very exposed to oil, right? So, um, because of shipping costs. So Apple is too, but to a lesser degree. Amazon's at trading at 117.01 PE ratio. For uranium, I have URNM and Sprott Physical Uranium Trust. Have you heard about using 13 MA and 48 MA on the 30 minutes to help determine price action? If so, why don't you like it? I don't like using moving average crossovers. They're better than a lot of things, but they're I don't like using them. They're unreliable. Which trick is the best to sell puts on Bobby to take advantage of a possible run up, but also somewhat protects you from a dip? At the money like 13, 14, or in the money 15? Sell puts on Bobby to take advantage of a run up, but also protects you from a dip. So selling puts to protect. I mean, selling puts now would just be harvesting IV in case it dips, right? You could, I mean, you could do it out of the money or in the money. It's up to you. Why not trade Tesla? It has a PE ratio of NAN. My broker keeps throwing 404 profit not found error. Isn't Tesla's like price to earnings like it's like 104, right? Something around there. Do you know what FPSL stands for? It's on WeBull next to market value and positions. No? Is that like stock lending? Do you have stock lending turned on? Food.tse. I don't even know what that is. I mean, I have Tesla puts also. Can you lend shares and sell CCs? No. They usually won't let you. Good food on TSX. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, okay. So, yeah, this looks not good. This looks really, really bad. I don't know where your dad's in at, but this looks terrible. I mean, I guess maybe hope it levels off here at $1. Just hammered down, Jesus. That's rough. Twitter saying lead animator for season 5 of Rick and Morty is working with the GameStop NFT. Okay. Who the fuck is he? It's like, oh, the camera guy from this movie I like's the best. Why would Ivy be lower on a farther out of the money strike on the SPY same week expiration? Why would Ivy be lower on a farther out of the money strike on the SPY same week expiration? 3% lower even? Maybe no interest? Could be spread. If there's like no OI on that strike, it might be why the IV is a little lower. Every year Apple upgrades the iPhone with a new camera, not worth it. And people start to hold onto their phones longer. In Europe, everything has gone up in price by 10 to 15%. Not many will buy Apple products when they can't afford rent or to pay bills. It will be really hard. Apple's biggest markets are US, EU. I thought they're one of their biggest markets was China. Put leaps sound really good. I mean, they do, but I just think there's more value to be lost elsewhere. Like, at least Apple still makes money, and they're not just trading on huge multiples of zero revenue. Eric, the janitor from season 2 of Succession, I've never seen it, is apparently now the janitor at Halliburton. Bullish? Is that janitor you? Are you working the inside track now, Popcorn Trader? Stock lending was turned on. I've made 1 cent in the past week from it. In 92 years, I could be a pigeon whale. Congratulations. I'll see you then. Do you know what the price of Bobby would need to be pulled off Reg Show? The price of Bobby doesn't have to be anything to get pulled off of Reg Show. It simply has to fail less than 395,000 shares for 5 consecutive days. 390, let's say 97,000 shares, roughly. S&P filled its gap from Sunday night futures open. Let's see if this rally... Let's see if this rally had it in it. We'll see. I mean, I'm pretty prepared for downside. I like to be a little more prepared, but Apple still makes quite a bit from having the App Store and IAPs. Yeah, and Amazon makes a fortune off of AWS. But, I mean, it's still only part of their business. I'm not underestimating Apple's continuation, right? I'm not saying like Apple's going to go out of business, but they are going to have to pull back their earnings expectations. You said Bobby isn't as bullish as before. What do you think about GME? I mean, GME is just doing its thing. We might have those split obligations, so that's cool. I'm excited about that prospect, especially if I'm right about it. I just looked up September 16th SPY put chain. It's gonna be a bloodbath. So many puts from 400 to 370. Am I exaggerating, or does this look really bearish? Yeah, the entire upside run on the SPY, like that entire bear rally, institutions were just loading up on puts and calls on the VIX. So, I mean, yeah, if this thing slips 400, it's going to just drop like a rock. The problem is if it gets hung up above 400 for too long, the put positions that came in higher will close out and start to reposition. And if they do, that's going to drive price up even further, right? Which would create like another little rally before we see some big downside. Do you expect Bobby to fall before the announcement? It did, 30 cents. Everyone was crying about it. I don't know. There's no way to tell. It's very volatile. You should disclose the fact that you're anti-Apple in your personal life. I mean, I don't like any of their products, and I don't think they make anything worth owning. But I don't know if I would call that anti-Apple. Like I don't have any kind of like mission against them. As a professional Amazon seller, the marketplace is growing with Chinese sellers every year and massively driving up internal PPC. Amazon will continue to print cash on this. We'll see. How far? 37.50? 30.50? 30.20? 3.25? I mean, once if we start getting like volumetric downside on the SPY, it's anyone's guess as to how far it could fall. Right? I mean, we've been teetering on the verge of like crash conditions for almost this entire year. And the economy just keeps getting worse, right? So, you know, whatever ground we're standing on is getting weaker and weaker. Something has to give eventually. I think the only real market catalyst outside of the Fed doing a 1% hike is the mega caps in Q3 being terrible, and I expect them to be. I expect them to fudge their fucking numbers again and try to drag it out another quarter. Are you streaming the announcement? What time is it? Is it in the morning? Fuck no. I'm not gonna wake up early to listen to them talk. Yeah, fuck that. That's ridiculous. You're not banned, Yoons. I can see you with my eyes. What do you think the BBY announcement will be on Wednesday? I can't wait for BBY NFT towel marketplace. Probably a announcement of restructuring debt and getting a loan. Like, honestly, that's the most likely outcome for that meeting. On the bullish side of things, maybe a sale of Bobby, or at least an interested buyer, or a sale of Baby. I don't really know if they could package up and sell Harmon, but I guess they could. Maybe that would actually be better than a sale of Baby, because frankly, you don't want to lose Baby. The best thing they could do is split Baby off into another company and let BBBY die while giving shareholders equity in the new company. Sometimes you just got to go with the business that works, right? And Baby does. It needs work, but if they put some effort into Baby, it could really be something. It's got potential, you know? A sale of it, not so great. Definitely not bullish for BBBY on the long term. What about all the people who lose their jobs? I don't care. I'm just trading the stock, man. That's not my decision. Who the fuck would buy BBBY, though? That's the problem. Like, no one's gonna buy that. I mean, for what, though? GameStop's distribution network already covers the the area where BBBY has distribution rights, or like has distribution centers, which is all in the Northeast. They're super centralized. It's terrible. GameStop actually has probably a better e-commerce distribution network than Bobby does at this point. I guess sure for the assets, but they come bundled with that debt, so who the fuck would want it? I've been in stores. I've been in several of their stores. There's a nice Bye Bye Baby here in California. It's called Target. I don't think they have as broad a selection of items. Does any of this help GMA? No, it has nothing to do with GameStop. Someone who knew they could squeeze the stock, capitalize on it, and pay off the debt. I mean, Bobby could have released 10 million shares at $28. That would have been 2.8 or 2.8 billion, right? But they didn't, so maybe that's why Cohen bailed. They wouldn't do a share offering because they just bought back all the shares, and the fucking board is greedy, which we already know to be true. Jimmy making a shift to e-commerce doesn't. It's. I mean, I don't even know how many of their actual stores that BBBY owns. I'm sure many are leased. They do own. I know they own some of their properties, but not all of them. When you when you pick up chicks at Walmart, have you been cruising the makeup aisle, telling everyone you own part of Revlon? No, but that's a great idea. Is that what you've been doing? How's that working? No, it's only 280 million. 100 million shares? Sorry. I mean, they need money, right? What are they going to do? Yes, I get laid all of the days. Nice. You should hit them with your percentage ownership. Be like, yeah, I own like 5% of the Revlon shares outstanding. We're AMC apes. Fuck that 100 million share offering. It's that or death, right? Why would you just sell, buy back after they liquidate? Rev doing a thing right now. I own 100% of the shares I never buy. Rev just short squeezed. Awesome. You think SPY up or down tomorrow? More of this? More of this chopping? I have 5 $4 CSPs on Fubo for Friday. I'm hoping to get assigned. What are my chances? You know, I also have the same. Decent, I think. I think they had to put off some covering until end of day. For Revlon? Probably next week, the one god. But I don't know if we're gonna have a lot of ETF FTDs on Revlon. We may just be waiting for like OPEX for any like the next significant round of price action. Can I feel loss? Gonna sit it out. Last time, end of June, July, I made out like a bandit and I jumped back in too fast. Think Bobby slow climb into announcement crushed on Wednesday. I think if the market drops, I mean BBBY is going to follow suit to some degree. I don't know. That $15 price point seems really important for them. Why isn't Ivy spiking on Rev 35s? I mean, not a lot of volume coming in on Revlon right now. There's a little bit, but it's not a lot. Well, let's it open. ETF FTDs come out tomorrow before market open. The FTD reports released tomorrow. I know. It's the 30th. It's the 15th and the 30th. Can you point out the downside to just dumping all my money into a 3x leverage SPY ETF after a market dump? Yeah, I mean, it could take years for the market to rally back. Not all bear markets are going to be, or bull markets are going to be like 2020, right? That was unusual. It can take a very long time. And I guess if you have enough time, it's not the worst. But you have depreciation, so it depends. Like the length of time you carry a leveraged position like that. So you, not only do you have theta working against you, but the ETF, it's like the ETF itself is a depreciating asset. Did RC buy in again to rug pull Bobby twice? You explain how it depreciates? Yeah, they use options and swaps to maintain that 3x leverage. And so there's a constant theta decay on the net asset value of the ETF. What's your SPY price target to the upside if it keeps bouncing off 404? I mean, it looks like it's gonna break down right now, but if it keeps moving up, 411, 407, 411, and 413 are very important price points. Like those are the, and I would say the 411 is probably like 411, 413 are the most likely because of the call interest at 4010. If we even see a significant like bounce. Like today's been stable and the upside gap was filled from like minis overnight, but that doesn't mean we're gonna bounce, right? I mean, that could just be that could be the peak right there at 405.84. I think most of the economic data for the next couple weeks is going to be good, but maybe not none of it may be bullish enough to create, you know, buy pressure on the indices. I think we may be in for a period of waiting on the Fed, which, you know, their September announcement's going to be extremely important. The last spy room is just part of something I call advanced chop. Totally different from your average intraday standard chop. I sold Fubo $4 CSPs, hoping to get a sign, but I've never been assigned before. How does that work? You buy the shares for $4 a share, minus the premium received. They immediately debit your account for the cost of the shares. And then you would, like, because that's held as collateral, it's cash secured. But then once you're assigned, you know, the cash is used to buy the shares, and you just receive the shares. They are put onto you. Yeah. Instead of being called away. Swaptions for MOASS. Nice. Wait, isn't there like a 2x inverse Tesla ETF? What the fuck is that thing called? Tesla Bear? TSLQ? Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. What about some fucking... What about some calls on this shit? I forgot we had these. This is so much better. It's pretty fucking liquid. It's fine. One seeks to magnify inverse 100% daily performance of common shares of Tesla. Yeah, I'm okay with that. It's got, like, shitty volume, but the call OI is not terrible. It's not as bad as, like, EPAM. Oh, poor Revlon. Gurk. So if my average on Bobby is 19, I need a gun? What do you need a gun for? This doesn't make any sense. Can't trade stocks with a firearm. Options on ETFs using swaps. You gotta love the derivatives of derivatives. They're my favorite. What's going on with Jimmy and Bobby today? I mean, nothing's really going on with Jimmy today. Bobby ran up a little bit. It had like an exciting moment in the sun. And then it didn't. Do you have a favorite bread to use when making French toast? Challah. Challah bread. Brown or white eggs for French? It doesn't fucking matter. Is Rev garbage? Yeah, but it's my kind of garbage. You don't use brioche? Heathen. Nah. Sounds good. I like the challah bread sturdier. Brioche is a pain in the ass to work with. Plenty of Jewish Persians, Girk representing. French toast, 4 parts cinnamon, 2 parts nutmeg, 1 part cloves. What about coriander? Gotta make a custard to do it right. I agree. Yeah. Was nerve always a scalp for you? I mean, yeah, I literally described the scalping opportunity when I posted it. That was like the 3rd sentence in the DD was, hey, this probably isn't going to run a lot, but it looks like a good scalping opportunity for the next couple days. It's very early in its timeline. You have to be patient if you want to do more nerve things. You have to wait. The GME cost average is high, 41.14. If it ever goes over that price, is it a dumb idea to sell them to break even and then buy back at 30 to 35? Why not just buy some at 30 to 35? You're overcomplicating it. Like, is it a bad idea to trade your stock that you've held for more than a year? Probably. That's what covered calls are for. Thanks, JC. I appreciate it. I'll make note of that. Don't use the trading view scanner. Oh, Stefan. Wouldn't SPY break down, like you mentioned a few minutes back? Maybe on this shoulder? This looks very head and shouldery, right? It's doing kind of like a... kind of deal. I think we got time. See if that plays out. I ain't no challah bread girl. Oh, Jesus Christ. What happened to Revlon? Weird volume. It always has weird volume. There's no fucking shares. That's what happened to Revlon. Goddamn stock has like 3 million shares. Second shoulder on the SPY, trying to get spicy. Bobby finna do a shake and bake. Okay. What's going on with BlackBerry slipping? Do people own that stock still? Man, that's a heavy bag. I'm sorry. People want your analysis on Revlon when the illiquidity basically makes its movements behave like dividing by 0. We can watch JPow's heartbeat move the stock a nickel. We apologize to Moonwind? For what? I didn't do anything to Moonwind. Are you excited for Bobby to double top? It just looks like it's recovering. I don't know if we're gonna see a double top. Maybe more run up into the end of the day. Hello, it's the nuke of baby whales. Thoughts on lumber futures? Probably less demand, so declining. You're gonna short lumber futures? Are they way up? I haven't paid attention to them recently. Do you want to go long on them? You know, home building's kind of going downhill right now. I was never rude to Moonwind. Are OBE options too liquid to get in? It's an oil play, but not a ton of OI. I don't know. What are the, like, what does the OI look like? Are you buying like at the money contracts? Like if they're gonna go in the money, who cares? Yes, you were. No, I wasn't. Okay. Moonwind was a spoiled man-child who asked me about what price to sell his covered calls at 5 times a day. At 20 wheat leaps at $10. Something is telling me I need much, much more. Talk me off the ledge, pickle boy. Oh, I wish somebody had done that for me. I'm already on the edge. Pop them off. I've climbed the tower and I'm standing on the edge of the diving board. No one told me you never look him in the eyes and you make love anymore. I never did. What 3% out of the money strike should I buy on SPX 0 DTEs? That sounds like a terrible plan, Dungston. Carl has some art for me. Pretty sure it's a silo. I don't know what the fuck you have, Carl. Low T. We should be talking about DJ and option strategies like condors or JPM collar trades. There you go again. Sounded like my wife. What's next? You're gonna ask me why I'm still trading Tesla, huh? Yeah. Why are you still trading Tesla? You think it's gonna give you your money back? It might, but it might not. I thought the whole point of glory holes was no eye contact. All right, that's it. I'll be right back. trying to think of funny Beyonce lyrics. Punny? It's the Snickers ice cream bar. It's more lumpy than veiny. What do you think about CCs on GME this week? They were better if you sold them last week. I think if you're far enough out of the money, you're probably fine. But make sure that you hold on to the premium in case you need to buy them back. Do you think Bobby will have a good dip to re-enter before he goes up again? You mean tomorrow? No. Ivy and Price are going to rise into the announcement. Yeah, the next significant put wall is at like 15. It's not really put wall, it's negative gamma. I mean, it is a put wall, but it has to do with the skew. Good entry on Revlon, bit pricey. Do you ever eat cereal? Rarely, but on occasion. I have a lot of healthy granolas. I sometimes eat those. But they're gross and they taste like bird food, so... It wasn't the sound of an ice cream sandwich, it was the sound of a Snickers ice cream bar. Sold Bobby at $13.80 for a small profit. If it dips below $13.50, that'd be a blessing to re-enter. All right, so just day trading the chop. Fenrir short exempt, aka synthetic share volume on Nerve, is through the roof the last few trading days. My cost basis is low enough to hang around for a bit and see if it does anything crazy. Yeah, you could do that if you want. Girk, my friend, earlier today you answered a landscaping question with eloquence. Yet, when I asked about evergreen hedges a few weeks ago, you feigned ignorance. Why don't you love me? It's not that I don't love you. It's just that the hedge company doesn't pay me that well. Guys, remember to use Scott for all your turf building needs. Granola with toasted coconut shavings? I do have a toasted coconut granola, actually. Can you sell a CSP past your 30-day wash sale window to re-enter? Is it a no-no? I mean, but you'll get a wash... Okay, first of all, wash sales most likely shouldn't be preventing you from re-entering a position. But if you need to avoid it, I mean, if you get assigned on that CSP in advance of its expiration, you'll still get a wash sale. So, something to consider. How's the rower treating you? Are you using it? Yeah, I used it yesterday. It's fine. I mean, it's just you sit on it and you pull on a rope. Hmm. So I actually about SQQ weekly calls rather than monthly calls. So far it's working out. Cool. No substantial FTDs for anything right now. C2? I don't know I can't think of the name of the company now. Yes, the concept. I think that's the one I have. I'm gonna eat some keto puffs. I hate myself. The first one's so bad, but then after that they start tasting okay. Are you on a diet? No. I just like I buy food with the intention of going on a diet. And then that's all the food I have. Cuz I get like motivated while I'm at the grocery store and I'm like I'm going to buy some healthy shit. And then I don't go back to the grocery store to get the unhealthy things I would rather eat. It's unpleasant. Well, the ice cream stuff's a different story. I have that delivered. Yeah, then I'd order DoorDash all week. What are keto puffs and why are you subjecting yourself to them? Um, I'm getting nauseous from not having eaten yet today. And they're like small cauliflower cheese coated snacks. I figure if the food I eat is unhealthy enough, I won't have to stream a lot longer, right? Interesting. I wonder who did that, dork. Was it you? Why are puts capitulating on the SPY? Well, some of them expire today, right? Quality over quantity of life. Agreed. Yeah. I'd rather die young, fat, and full of nicotine than be old and fit. Imagine like working out every day of your life, eating nothing but leafy green vegetables and proteins with the minimal amount of seasoning. And just like getting hit by a truck in front of a Whole Foods. You don't need to eat boring to be fit. Keep telling yourself that, Bean. The best part is I'm sitting here eating like carbohydrate free fucking cauliflower puffs and we're having this discussion. I don't want to be old. Lord of Nork. I've seen enough. You got some Snicker on your stash. No, that's from your wife. Sorry. Is it gone? I told you to install a bidet at your house. You just got over a 103 fever and rhino pox a few days ago. Give it 2 months until you develop cholera out of the blue. I'm surprised I haven't gotten cholera yet with all the food I eat out. I know a plumber that can install bidets. Dude, shoot me your card. I'll send it to everyone. I'm with you, Girk. My plan is to go out during the climate wars in the next 20 years. Just trying to build up my portfolio so I can finish with a higher score than anyone anticipated that I would. I've just been stockpiling bottles of water. I'm gonna build a dome and create my own like little ecosystem. It's not me. I'm better than that. Oh, all right. Not stressing. I picked up a Tesla 720p for September 116 this morning and down 15% ish. Close out end of day and look to re-enter tomorrow, or okay to hold overnight? I mean, you have a little bit of time on it. Not a lot, but a little bit. Want to see something funny? 3M on shift search. Their stock's just like going to zero, right? Just $1 billion in puts. Nice. Will there be novelty ice cream items in the dome? Of course. I'm not, Stefan. What a like completely innocuous name for a scanner. Live trading alerts just sounds like a feature, not like a full program. I called my broker about my Tesla positions earlier this month. I asked if they would classify them as student loans so I could get $10,000 back. How did that work out for you? Just a heads up, those Rev 35s are almost back under $1. Close, I see. I know. They're trading alerts and they're live. I mean, that's a given, right? Doesn't 3M own all like the patents on everything? Like all materials? The 3M puts are weeklies. Wait, really? No, the well, the 200s are for September 16th. There's some for the 9th. There's a lot of weeklies. I will the 500 million in weekly puts. If 3M's ever $1 and filing bankruptcy, I'm going long. Celtic Mako, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rope. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies, while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the VY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the band GG on the scene.
What's the local high on Revlon's like 1095. So depending on how many FTDs, or if FTDs are higher, I would say somewhere in that range. SPY Head and Shoulders fail. No. It's also kind of not a Head and Shoulders, but no. It didn't fail. It's just retesting 405. There's a lot of Friday like puts that were bought for today, last Friday, that are probably closing out now. So expect some volatility. Thank you all for being here. I know you are wondering why I've gathered you all here today. Well, it's for the moment I've all been waiting for. Graduation day. Welcome aboard, Celtic Mega. Thank you so much, man. Tesla dead? Sure. Have you seen the new meme stop called German year ahead power price? It's MOASsing right now. I haven't. Is it awesome? Watching the Rev 1 tick, I can't tell if I'm high or it's not doing anything. Probably both. Yeah. Both. Today's been a kind of exciting day of not a lot happening. You know what it was? It was because we started the day off with nerve. That's what we need to do from now on. We need to start the day off on 40% runners and then just kind of like let that carry us into market close, right? It gets the people going. Yes. I'm growing wild potatoes in my yard for the incoming depression. How can I tell when to harvest them? I have no idea, Zach Gurkafanakis. Just keep those 40% picks coming, bro. I do my best. Nerf paid for my Pi-Fi sub for the next 5 years. Yeah, I really should charge more, huh? I'll call Steve to ask for the next play. Thanks, Double Down. I think this is SPY's high for the week, or still think it hits 407. Oh, it could still hit 407. Like I said, there's really no bad economic news. And if short positions capitulate here, right, and start to reposition, we'll drive up into the Fed meeting a little bit. Like we'll stay above 400 into the Fed meeting. So if you're going short shit, make sure you have that time frame planned out. Anyone see that CNBC interview where it instantly cut the woman off the air when she mentioned that shorts covering was part of the reason for this rally? Well, yeah, you're at a bottom, right? So why wouldn't shorts start to cover? Because then they could just short again at the top. It's the best. Is it bad economic news that JPOW said Volcker 20 times in an 8-minute speech? Yeah. Yeah, I think that scares people. And maybe that was JPOW's strategy. Like, he has no intention of raising rates at all. He's just going to say Volcker a bunch. Like, every time they interview him, he's going to be like, Volcker. And then more things about Volcker. And he's just hoping that tones down equity speculation. Like a Harry Potter spell? Exactly. I wonder if the Fed has a sorting hat. Because you have like the New York Fed and you have the Atlanta Fed. So when you like go to work at the Fed, do they sort you? How do they sort you? By credit score. Made $300 off Rev calls today. Thanks for helping me understand the power of leverage. No problem, man. Congratulations, Dangerous Dan. They sort by pickle size. It's very embarrassing. Don't question it, NW. I wondered the same thing myself, and then I moved on. 1 second, guys. Ugh, I'm glad I didn't miss anything. Rev Jan 35Cs have a higher delta than October 18Cs. Bullish. Theta? JPEG pumps himself up each meeting by saying Volker in the mirror 3 times and slaps himself in the face and walks out. Okay. Yeah, I can see that. It's like he's reminding himself that he's supposed to be hawkish every 5 seconds. Like the rest of the Fed was like, you know, if you go out there and you say one fucking dovish thing, we're not letting you do the meetings anymore. He must have been so proud of himself Friday after the market tanked. For the first time ever, J-Pow came out and said something and the market didn't like it. What would Volker do? J-Pow just needs another person to help him do good Fed, bad Fed. I mean, that was working in the beginning, and now it doesn't work anymore because market participants know that no matter what the Fed directors come out and say, it really only matters what J-Pow says. He's Fed daddy. Everyone else is just a Fed imposter, right? Remember when he kept saying liftoff? Remember when he kept saying transitory? Or soft landing? So far, the soft landing part's been accurate. Year is 2030, and we're still waiting for 2%. 10% inflation forever? No packs? Where's no packs? There's no packs this week. It's packsless. Over under 404 into close. Back to VWAP, maybe? You get some TA on Bobby. Sure. This is a rising pennant and it's bearish. I lost 10 pounds in the last month and I'm really proud of myself. Congratulations, man. Fubo's doing a reversal, looks like. Tiny bounce. But could be an important one. We'll see how it performs tomorrow. Nice that it's found support in that, like this 363 range. Even more support. Continues to remain slightly bullish. I bought a little bunch of Fubo today. You know, I like how you worded that, NW. I found your £10. Please come take it back. I thought this was a babysitting gig. If the market drops, will Rev find a new low? You know, Revlon's not really super exposed to drops in the market. I mean, I'm sure it'll fall, but not nearly as much as other stuff. You know, Fubo weeklies aren't even that bad at covered calls right now. I think they were like, I got what, like $40 a pop for them? $42, which is over a 10% return. 11% return on fucking weeklies? Crab mentality. Welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream. I appreciate it. How do you feel about Simpsons seasons 3 through 10? Those are the good ones, right? I sold them at $4. I got like 42, 41 cents per contract. Thanks for your help on Zim, as well as Rev teachings. Most informative stream on YouTube by far. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. You're right, of course. Have you watched the new Game of Thrones spin-off? I haven't finished watching the original Game of Thrones. Where do we find the songs you play? They're on the Discord in the music channel. I think they're pinned. Make sure you guys check out like the artists' SoundClouds and Spotify's and drop them a like. It's a nice thing to do. How can I stop being poor? Spend less money. That's usually a big one. I thought George R. R. Martin had like nothing to do with the final season of Game of Thrones. Yeah, these are covered calls right here. I sold these at 42. They're on the screen. There's the sale price. There's the current contract value, which is 0.20. So yeah, I sold them at 42 cents. I sold the CSPs at 30 cents. If you bought SPY and QQQ puts today for 916 Expiration, and they're slightly down at the moment, would you hold or cut? I might hedge overnight, but I probably wouldn't cut them. I guess that would depend on how close to the money I was. Like if I was pretty far out of the money, then I'd probably cut them and reposition. But if I was like right at the money, then I might hold them overnight and just hedge them. The wiki on the subreddit errors out. This page is no longer maintained. Intelligent investor, securities analysis, technical analysis of the financial markets, and options as a strategic investment. I think you'd just be bleeding off capital into inflation if you did that, Superman. Yeah, just DM me on the Discord, Crab. Nvidia has almost the same market cap as Meta. Yeah. I mean, if you go out to the longer term time frame, Revlon keeps getting higher lows and higher highs. So it's doing pretty well, actually. It's very slow to progress, but is it true that the only Vanguard total stock market ETF contains Rev? I don't even think it contains Rev. Which CSPs do you think will get assigned on Friday? I don't know. Do you prefer American or Mexican tacos? I assume by American tacos, you mean the kind with like lettuce and cheese on them? Like cheddar cheese, right? A taco? Ground beef, usually. He means tacos? Yeah, that's what I thought he meant. Yeah, I don't like those. I like meat with onion and cilantro, corn tortilla. Cilantro tastes like dish soap. That's a gene. A poor gene. Were you looking at yourself in the mirror? No. I was adjusting the pop filter on my microphone. It makes the go away. When Fubo Moon Probably never. It's comforting, isn't it? It's nice to own a stock in a business that's not going out of business actively, might be worth something someday, and in the meantime is relatively inexpensive. It's weird for me. Thanks, Dave's Bullish Baconator. Where do you find these non-bankrupt companies that offer such safe feelings? Just out and about. You go to the market, look around. Just nuzzle up next to one until it makes you feel like you're at home. If it smells like Thanksgiving dinner, it's a go. I think everybody should have a little bit of, like, you know, like a railroad or something in their portfolio, just to remember, you know, it grounds you. It lets you know that out there in the world, there are stocks which nobody would ever want to manipulate. And they only just go up in value. Like, they truly just go up. It's a good feeling. Sometimes things don't get better, and it's beautiful. Only if it's got a yield. Don't most ground beef tacos have taco seasoning in them? They do. That's a very important part of a ground beef taco, is the packet of taco seasoning. Oh no, Fubo's heavily manipulated. But right now it's very calm. It was trading at like $80 a year ago. I knew a girl from Wisconsin who would say fajitas instead of fajitas. Fajitas. Imagine ordering that at a restaurant in Southern California. I was embarrassed. Not for me. I thought all girls had vaginas. Hey, Revlon did that weird thing again, but this time to the downside. What the fuck is going on here? Dude, what exactly is going on with Rev? I think it keeps running out of shares. Same thing that's responsible for not getting the dicks these past couple weeks. Yeah, seriously, I don't understand why Rev is the only stock on the NYSE that's not reporting its dicks. It's not showing its dicks to anyone. There's a lot of stocks on the NYSE, and you'd think that if some were not reporting, it would be more than just one, but it's just one. It's dicks. It's actually not showing its PMI data. But you use this to figure out the dicks. This is how you measure the dicks. It's a dicks measuring tool. You can clip it. You have the clippy clip thing. Clip it. Go ahead. I don't know. Rev IV's moving up right now, though, and I'm all about it. Clip the dicks. I'm knackered, so I'm gonna leave early. Good night, old pickle. Enjoy your evening. Good night, Lord Joseph of Nottingham. Will you re-enter, Nerve? Probably. But slowly, and with purpose. I just think you don't want your true amount of bull mayo to leak out with how much you feel bullish on Rev. It's never good to be bullish too early. If you clip the dicks, that's a stock incision. Mazel tov. It's never good to be too bullish too late either. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's best to be bullish right on time. Yeah, it's been struggling to fall below $6 for the last couple weeks now. Originally I was hoping to be able to buy around like 550 again, but it just hasn't happened. So, yeah, I guess, you can target a little higher if you want. Well, this says they're 112.50. Like Gandalf? Did she have Cucina cheese on her vagina? Oh, sweet and sour. I didn't check. I can't imagine sexual moaning in Wisconsin Or what are they called? What are people from Wisconsin called? Cheeseheads? Is there a name for them? Sconers? Wisconsin? Who cares? No one lives there. Can you please sell us stock secrets on how to sell near the top of the run, please? What? But then you'd be selling at or around the same time as me. Ugh. God, I'm going to a dark place in my head right now. I need to think about something else. Will you know if she had Kujita cheese when your test results come back? This was years ago. Thank God. It wasn't responsible for my recent bout of rhino pox. It was just like, oh yeah, right there, don't you know? Oh, God. Imagine that. Imagine, how do you keep a fucking straight face? You betcha. I don't know. It's somewhere up there in the middle of the fucking lakes. Minnesota, Wisconsin, same shit. The nerve play today has kept me from being relegated back to the lowest tier of poor. For this, I thank you. You're welcome, T. Walker. Is there a difference? You know, Stefan, I feel like you're asking me this question and you've already missed your window. Yeah, the Bloomberg terminal subscription is $11,000. Yeah, and it doesn't really give you anything. Hey, I called it. Except we went below VWAP. Ding ding. The day is done. Holy shit, that was kind of boring. At least Nerve ran this morning, right? Bobby ran up 25% up today. Doing a little $3 move. It's still stabilized in that like $13.50, $14 range. I'd imagine that, you know, that upside gamma that's kind of restricting it from moving higher is going to remain in place into tomorrow, possibly all the way into the meeting. So there'll probably be a lot of entries sub $15 throughout tomorrow. I doubt it'll move a lot overnight tonight. Revlon, you know, kind of had some weird volatility spikes, came up about 6% today, but nothing really significant going on here yet. SPY rallied, filled its gap, came back down into close, which kind of leaves us going into tomorrow in the same place we entered today. I guess we'll look to futures tonight to hopefully give us some kind of indication on direction, or we're just going to chop for the next 2 weeks while we wait on JPOW to say something. And then GME had some volatility spikes, came up about 2% today, lifting up off of gamma neutral. Something to look out for tonight will be whether or not more of the internalization or the utilization on GME and dark pools dropped off. Remember, there's still a bunch of utilization that's kind of unresolved right now. So hopefully we'll start to see that drop into the end of this week, or we'll see it drop before earnings and we'll see a nice little run, maybe up to like 35-ish. I think that's about it. Yeah, obviously check Bobby. I'll check Bobby for continued reg show inclusion at 10 p.m. Maybe today. Today's the 6th day, right? Or 7th day. I think it's the 7th day on reg show. So T plus 2 plus 5. So maybe. Thanks, guys, for tuning in, and I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's not
Where
mine.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle theme fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico! Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate.
Hydrate.
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulond.